All right, what's going on, everybody? We're back. That was not internet. That was me trying to do things that I guess my computer didn't handle, even though I tested it before. So next draft stream, we're improving the computer so I can bring all my ambitions to life, Eric. Anyway, we'll get caught up on a couple of the donations from the last stream. Eric, maybe screenshot them or something. Should be there. Stop doing stuff. Hey, man. I'm always trying to do the most. The good news is we can just retitle that stream Blazers Trade for Denny Avdia, and we'll call it good.
At least it was before the draft started.
Yeah, 100%.
Just trying to... all of this.
Garben says, dude, I like it. Well, we got the forward we wanted, so better grab Connect. I like Connect more with Avdia on the roster, 100%. Like the stream, y'all help out, 100%. Thank you, One Piece. James B., my condolences. At least it happened before the picks. No spoilers. No spoilers in chat. How many moderators do we have here is the question. Moderators, if you see anyone spoiling, fake or real, hide it. Do not spoil picks in chat. This is a pure, unadulterated live stream. We do not like knowing the picks based off tweets. We like hearing the picks come out of Adam Silver's mouth, Eric. It's kind of a weird way to phrase it, but yeah. So no Twitter leaks. We don't pay attention to Twitter.
But this being before the draft has officially started, do we want to know who Woj is saying the Hawks are down to between the number one pick?
Oh, who they're down to? Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying like he spoiled already, where he's like, the Hawks have a laser on this player, the type of stuff he says.
Well, Ethan Pettis says, can I say that Woj said who the Hawks are between for the number one pick?
Yes, 100%.
Yes,
100%.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I misread it. I'm trying to read too fast.
Yeah. Yeah, once the draft starts, though. All right, let me rapid fire these ones from the last stream.
You can share trades as well, JP Savvy. Yes, trades if they're real.
Any trades that happen. Yeah. Just don't get ball sacked. All right, Mike Cleveland with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Mike. He just says happy B-Day. Thank you for that. Ads with a $5 donation. Howdy, boys. Happy B-Day to Eric. Hot as hell here in Texas. How confident you guys feeling Cronin makes a good choice at 7 on a scale of 1 to 10?
5.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of Clingan. I'm not the biggest fan of Cody Williams. It sounds like those are the front runners. But also Connect, Salon are in play. Today it's been Cody Williams, but also I don't think Cody Williams makes as much sense to draft now that you got Avdia. I think a guy like Connect or Salon makes more sense to draft now that you got Avdia. So I don't really get it. I don't really get Cody Williams.
Yeah, I'm in that 5 to 6 range. The reason why I'm not worse though is because I feel like, you know, like if Clingan falls to them, I don't necessarily, like, even though I'm not high in Clingan, I feel like the Blazers getting him without using assets to move up, if that's been their guy all along, I think that's fine that they, you know, saw that as their guy and ended up getting him, or he fell when everyone was saying he was going to go in the top 3 or whatever for a while. But yeah, hopefully it's just one of the guys who's really highly rated falls to us, and we're not really talking about it.
Yep, 100%. So I'm working on stuff. I don't know if you said it. Did you say who it's down between for the number one pick?
I have not seen.
Yeah.
There's still a bunch of donations.
Yeah,
so
get caught up on those before this draft starts.
Vedran Magatan with don't know, it's Australian maybe, $7.99, just A. I don't know what A is. Is that Australian?
I think no, Australian is AUS.
Oh, right.
Basically, it's money in some form, so we like it.
Do you think we could combine our second rounders to move up to get Jerusik? If we do move up to first round, I assume that that has to be announced today. I mean, not necessarily. You can trade for the rights to a player after they're drafted, but yeah, most likely if we do move back into the first round, it would be that way. I don't know if Jerusik is a target of the Blazers or not. I haven't heard them linked to him at all, really. But
I think you might be able to get him at 34, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't be super surprised if the Blazers have one guy in particular they're really interested in now and go for it. But I could also see them just thinking that at 34, there's going to most likely be a good player on the board still, and they don't really have to do anything if they don't feel pressured to do that.
Yeah.
Jason Howard with a $5 donation. I'll admit I don't know about Edie as much as others. Why are people so low on him?
Basically, his foot speed defensively is going to be an issue at the NBA. Guarding pick and rolls out in space. He wasn't forced to guard in space at the college level. You're allowed to just park your big man at the rim. There's no defensive 3 seconds. At the next level, I just don't trust for him to be able to run anything other than drop, and even drop scheme. I feel like he's going to be one of those bigs that's just caught on his heels at the free throw line and is able to be kind of hit with hesitation moves, and guys are still going to be able to get to the rim on him. Offensively, he's not going to help the Blazers be fast-paced. I think he's going to be a really good pick-and-roll big to pair next to a guy like Scoot, but other than that, like, his game just doesn't translate super easily, and do you really want a guy that it only makes sense to play him if you're force-feeding him into the post in today's NBA? I'm not sure that really makes much sense either.
Yeah. Yep. Next up, or thank you, Jason. Next up, we have Horror Director with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Horror Director. Says, happy birthday, Eric. Even though we don't always agree on things. What do you mean you don't agree with every one of my takes, Horror Director? Come on, man. You should just flat out agree with everything we say.
How dare you disagree with the one and the only Eric Brandt? If you don't have Chomshay in your lottery, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you both for keeping things fun, and Tori's awesome graphics killing it. I had Denny in fantasy last year, and he was solid all throughout the year.
My graphics literally killed my computer earlier, so rest in peace to that stream. I'm literally making the thumbnail for that stream, so it at least makes sense that, you know, that stream died.
And it also has a little blurb underneath his message saying, let's celebrate their 20th super chat on the live stream. So thank you for that, Horde Director.
It's my favorite number. It's my favorite number.
All right, Daniel Christarian, $10 donation. What's up, Daniel? He says, happy birthday, Eric. Can't wait for the Blazers to draft another white center. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt.
Oh, yeah, Daniel doesn't like his white centers.
Is that someone who hated Chet?
Yeah, were you a Chet hater, Daniel? He was probably one of those guys that are like, you're so biased if you think Chet's going to be good because you're a Gonzaga fan, Tori. Well, tried to tell you. That dude's legit.
All right, Tim Carter with a $5 donation says this is his third super on a live stream. Thank you, Tim. By chance, did you guys ever play Yahoo NBA Fantasy back in the day in the 2000s? Thanks for the coverage. Well,
No.
You would have been small. So.
A young one, yeah.
I don't ever remember playing Yahoo Fantasy back in the 2000s. I did over the last maybe 5 or 6 years. I've played a couple times on Yahoo, but I was a big CBS Sportsline fantasy player back when I first started playing fantasy. So not on Yahoo though. And then the last donation from last stream was MGJJ123 with a $10 donation. He says, thank you for all you both do. Happy birthday, Eric. Thank you guys for all those messages and appreciate it. So now let me check and see if there's any from this stream.
Nah, we'll play the Adam Silver. We'll get caught up on the rest of the donations. Oh no, we're good on this room. Caught up. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we're ready to go. Adam Silver should be walking to the podium here shortly. I will play the audio for the picks and Adam Silver's message out loud on my phone through the mic, so we don't have to worry about copyright or any of that sort of stuff. That stuff is no fun to think about or worry about. So ultimately, yeah, we should be good to go here.
Yep. We have like half the people we had last year.
That's fine. These people that
Shout
came
out to
back
you
are
who came back.
The real ones, Eric. The real ones.
I'm old enough, Tori. There was this, the Oregonian had this like fantasy thing back before the internet where you would like pick some players and then like mail this thing in. Like there was a bunch of like point guard, you pick your point guard and then all this stuff and then you like had to call a number to see like how you did against other people and stuff. It's so weird.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, it was always interesting hearing about like the people that would play fantasy back in the day and they'd have to check newspaper stat lines in order to like tally up points. Now it's obviously very, very simple.
And for those that I don't think we've said this enough, we will not be following Woj or Chris Haynes or Shams on Twitter. We know those guys like to spoil picks, so please do not mention anything they say unless it's non-draft related, like a trade. We do not like to know. We want to be surprised and react to Adam Silver calling out the pick, not reading Woj saying this person is locked in at this specific or this is the player that's going to be picked. I think it's much more fun for us to hear Adam Silver call out the name, and it brings a little excitement and anxiety and things like that. I don't know. So please, if you enjoy doing that, if you enjoy being spoiled on every pick, please just keep it to yourself or not in chat.
Yep.
And then once the pick is announced, after Tori plays it, then we can all react together and talk about it.
Yep, 100%. Alright. My computer is doing a lot better than it was earlier, so that's the good news. I think we should be good.
So Marie says, don't think we will, but I want Matas. Could the Blazers, I think, because I said last night they weren't enamored with a lot of the forward options, like between Cody Williams, Ron Holland, Matas, Buzelis. I think maybe they had this trade, or they thought they were possibly going to get Denny for a couple weeks now. And I think for the Blazer-specific draft board, before this trade, Matas would have been one of my top choices for them, but I don't think he makes as much sense now.
Yep. Here's Adam Silver.
As a new class of players enters the league tonight, I'm reminded of two giants of our game who we recently lost. Jerry West, the number 2 pick in the 1960 NBA draft, and Bill Walton, who was selected number 1 in 1974.
Rest in peace to Big Bill.
Jerry played in 9 NBA Finals and won 9 championships as a player and executive. Bill won 2 championships at UCLA and 2 more in the NBA. Both were named one of the 50 greatest players in league history. They were 2 very different people. Their backgrounds, their personalities, their interests, and their style of play all strikingly different. But what connected them was their shared love and devotion to the game of basketball and their dream of playing in the NBA, the same dream that bonds this year's draft picks. Like Jerry West and Bill Walton, all the players selected tonight have their own unique story that led them here to the draft, a culmination of years of hard work and dedication. The draft, of course, is also an important night for our teams. Look no further than the Boston Celtics, the reigning NBA champions. In consecutive years, they selected Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum with the third pick. Two players who became all-stars and then led their team to its first championship in 16 years. Congratulations again to the Celtics on a record-setting 18th NBA title. To the fans
We don't like the Celtics.
and watching around the world, thank you for your support throughout the season. We wouldn't be here without you. Let's get started. The first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft belongs to the Atlanta Hawks, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
From Buckhead to Bankhead, Atlanta's on alert for a place where parties don't...
Alrighty, so Atlanta on the clock at number 1. Very fascinating to see who they're going to take. Once again, do not spoil in chat. You will be kicked. You will be blocked. No spoilers. Alex Sarr has refused to work out for the Hawks. So there's been rumors about Donovan Clingan, but most notably, Zachary Ricochet is the betting favorite to go number 1. Eric, what do you think the Hawks ultimately do?
Well, I think there were some rumors that they still could take Alex Sarr anyway. I don't think they will. I think that it's stupid by both sides. I think Alex Sarr, in my mind, is clearly the best player in this draft. I think it's kind of silly that he didn't want to go number 1, and I feel like there's not good enough bigs on Atlanta to warrant him thinking he wouldn't have a good enough role or the right role or whatever. And I also think that Atlanta's a little crazy for drafting someone else here, but I don't think he's the one that's going to be drafted here. So I think it comes down to Ricochet and Clingan, and I think the Hawks, in my humble opinion, they seem like a team that would not necessarily... I think they talked themselves out of Clingan here because not many other people would take Clingan 1, and they seem like a team that doesn't want to do something that's like too crazy. So I think they'll go with Ricochet, who I don't know about his fit on this team. I mean, Ricochet fits a lot of teams, but I don't know. It just seems like a weird pick, and them getting the number 1 pick just to get Ricochet, it just doesn't feel like a huge home run to me.
Yeah, ultimately, I do not like Ricochet number 1. I just don't think he has enough upside. I think he would come in, start right away, give them some defense, which they need, and play well off of Trae Young and or DeJounte Murray. Who knows who they're going to keep? That's a big storyline for them this offseason. But I don't think he has the creation potential off the dribble. I'm not impressed with his dribble drive game. So I would take Alex Sarr here, even though he refused to work out for the Hawks, simply because he's the best player on the board. They need a center. It would make a lot of sense for them just to kind of stick their nose up in the wind at Alex Sarr's and his agent's games, trying to go to the Wizards, apparently. I think he wants to play with Bilal Coulibaly, his fellow countryman. But yeah, ultimately, I think Sarr's the right pick.
The pick is in. They're showing Atlanta's War Room. Landry Fields, is that their...
Landry Fields is their GM, yes.
There's a Hawks watch party. Looks like that's at their arena. Pretty packed house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And once again, please do not spoil any picks.
Can we we need to pin a message. After this pick, I'll pin a message.
Man. Could the Blazers make a second trade with Washington and get number 2? if Atlanta doesn't take Sarr?
I mean, yeah, imagine that was included in it, Eric. Oh, man. That would have been an absolute fleece. I don't know how. Moving up from 7-2 in that trade.
Samuel says, I thought Eric's background was a green screen for the longest time, not a tapestry. Yeah, it's like an old Blazer blanket.
I don't even know how we'd make a green screen work like that, to be honest.
Yeah. Trader Box says we should put up a vote on each pick if we see if we get picks right. I think it would be too skewed by people who are looking at spoilers.
Yeah. You just gotta mute Shams, you gotta mute Woj. It's simple. It's simple. I hate that they spoil picks. I wish the NBA would do something about it, or ESPN would do something about it. I mean, ESPN controls Woj and they let him do it. I don't get it. They don't control Shams, though, so no way you're going to stop that from happening.
So, yeah, both of us have Alex Sarr as our number 1 player on our big boards.
They're going to milk the uncertainty here, Eric.
Yeah. According to ESPN, are these Jay Billis's best available? Ricochet is number 1 on the best available board.
Yeah, I don't know whose it is. Here we go.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select
Zachary Ricochet is a number 1 pick, Eric.
And now it becomes a situation where Clingan, if he didn't go 1, I believe we're in a situation where either a team is going to trade up for him or he could fall to 7.
Yeah, so presumably you're gonna have Alex Sarr go number 2. I don't know why this graphic didn't show up. That was weird. You're gonna have Alex Sarr go number 2 to Washington, and then the draft really truthfully starts at 3 with Houston, who there's been rumors about them trading the pick. There's been rumors about them taking Reed Shepherd. That's been the most commonly mocked pick. But maybe they might go Donovan Clingan now because maybe they're looking to move off Alperen Şengün in the future for an upgrade at a spot, star hunting. We'll have to wait and see on that, of course, but that is something interesting regarding Houston. Sarr's been said as a lock to 2 to Washington. Ultimately, I don't... This is the type of first overall pick that doesn't get a GM fired. It's the type of first overall pick that you look back in the future and it's like, okay. I mean, they could have done worse. You know, he's not going to be an Anthony Bennett. But ultimately, I just don't think he's going to be a star in a redraft. I think he's not going to be a top 5 player 5 years down the line from this class. It's going to be hard to identify who those top 5 players are going to be. So I understand playing it safe, but I think they should have went with Alex Sarr, Eric.
Yeah, in my opinion, slightly better shooter, maybe a little bit better than slightly if this year was an outlier. But I think Denny Avdija is better at everything else than Zachary Ricochet, other than possibly three-point shooting. Am I missing something? Or at least even, like maybe defensively,
honestly,
they're close to evenly.
Honestly, like I like Avdija more than Zachary Ricochet long term.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think he's better in almost every way. So we got a player that might be better than the number one pick tonight. So that's a good. That'd be an interesting chat poll if who Blazer fans would rather have right now, Abdia or Ricochet. I think Abdia's bigger too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think he's fine. He can shoot the three. He can play defense. He'll be a decent player. Like you said, I just don't think he has like one of those star wings upside. I think he's pretty limited to a 3-and-D role player, which you can be an elite 3-and-D role player, like a Mikal Bridges type. We saw Mikal just get traded for 5 first, so maybe that's not the worst thing to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he like you said, he doesn't have the creation or the playmaking to be like a Paul George type or like someone like that.
Yep. Fully agree with that. Fully agree. Sorry, I'm trying to get a couple things situated. Washington at 2, Alex Sarr, right? Simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah, Sarr. If you are Washington, I think this is the best possible outcome for your offseason. You moved on from Abdia. You picked up some draft capital. You should be able to get a guard, possibly your guard of the future coming up, or maybe you take another forward or something. I don't even necessarily think they're bound to taking a certain position. But you get your guy Alex Sarr, and then you get another player at 14. You have 26 too. Maybe you package 14 and 26 to move up a few spots to get one of the guards you really want. But if they come away with Alex Sarr and Rob Dillingham somehow in this draft, I can't think of a better draft. So we'll see who they get with their second pick. But when they got the second pick, I don't think they imagined a scenario where they'd be getting the best player in the draft.
Yeah, 100%. Dillingham, Sarr would address both their positions of need. And it'll be interesting to see if they can package 14 and 26 to move up, maybe to Utah at 10. I know all the rumor has been about Utah moving up, but maybe it's them, maybe it's Chicago. I think they would trade both picks to get a shot at Toppich or Dillingham in it. There's, I think, about a 50% chance that one of them falls to one of those picks. Not sure which one is more likely, but they're in a good spot right now.
Read off a couple donations. Snack Inc. says $2 donation. Let's get it going here, bud. And then I think he's talking to Adam Silver. And then Isaac Figueroa, $5 donation. Who would you guys want Portland to draft?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on who's on the board.
Yeah.
And here we go with Adam Silver.
With the second pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Alex Sarr.
And there it is, Alex Sarr going to the Washington Wizards. Eric, you're a big Sarr fan. You had number 1 on your board. You said you'd maybe take him, number 2, number 3 last year in that draft. Why do you like Alex Sarr so much?
I think the way the NBA is going with, you saw Chet's impact last year as a rookie, technically second year, but, first year playing. And, of course, Wemby is the ultimate example. But when you have a player of Sarr's size that can move his feet as well as he does, we saw him last summer in a game against the G League Ignite get switched on to players like Ron Holland, who is pretty good at driving to the basket, has a quick first step, and Alex Sarr was able to move his feet and stay in front of him and deny a lot of really quick dribblers from getting anywhere close to driving the lane. So when you have that type, I kind of compare it to Bam Adebayo, who completely changes the way you can scheme defensively. You can play drop, you can switch, you can trap, and every scheme comes into play. And I just think that's so versatile for any defense, for any coaching staff to be able to play any kind of defense that they need to play in any situation. And so just that alone, I think, is worthy, especially in this draft, of being a high pick. But then when you add his potential offensively, now who knows if he'll reach it, but you look at his stats, shooting percentages, all that kind of stuff, nothing stands out, right? But if you watch this guy move with the ball or just around the court, like, you can see that if he develops his game a little bit, he could be one of those special players that can do it all. He can pass, he has some good vision, he can dribble the ball, he's got all kinds of spin moves and an ability to put the ball in the court, grab a rebound and go, start your fast break. And then the shooting stroke, I mean, it looks pretty good. Wemby didn't shoot very good either his last year before the NBA. Like, a lot of his shooting splits were questionable outside of free throw percentage, of course. Wemby's been awesome at free throws. But I think he just has the ability to be just an all-around all-star level player. And I don't know if he'll make it, and that's obviously why he didn't for sure go number one. But if I was to bet on the upside of any player in this draft, I just think he has the highest potential. You're muted, I think.
Yeah. Yep. No, I fully agree. I fully agree with that. 100%. 100%. All right. Sorry, I am a little bit out of sorts here. Let me just test this. Cool.
But
There we go. There we go. That's the animation that should play when he's walking to the podium. That's what I was trying to set up when my computer crashed. So, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. We're trying some stuff. Here. I love it. Rockets at 3. Eric, this is where the draft starts. Who knows what they're going to do? Reed Shepherd, Stephon Castle, Donovan Clingan has had some rumors lately. Could they trade it? I feel like they would have traded it by now. We would have heard about a trade by now if they were trading it. Of course, maybe they've already agreed to something and it just hasn't hit the airwaves or the Twitter yet. But who do you think they take? Who do you think they should take? I have a feeling this is going to be Reed Shepherd here at 3, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that is. Also, I just accidentally clicked on Woj's thing because I had it up from earlier, and that he hasn't spoiled anything since the first pick. So,
well,
I don't know if he's not going to. Maybe he's not. That'd be nice.
That would be very nice.
But anyways, I think Reed Shepherd is the guy if they stay here. Maybe you could justify taking Clingan, and Şengün is coming off a torn ACL, so maybe there's something. It'd be good to have another backup or a center, but I don't think long term you want to draft a backup at 3. Mm-hmm. I think Van Vliet, despite them investing so much in him last offseason, I still think they need a long-term point guard. Reed seems like a pretty steady option. They got Amen Thompson last year, who could probably pay some point eventually, but he's more defense / off-ball right now. So.
With the third pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Shepherd.
There it is. The Rockets are selecting Reed Shepherd. It's been heavily mocked to the Rockets A guard out of the University out of Kentucky, shot 52% from 3 last year, which is just absolutely insane. Honestly, I think there's a chance that he could be the best shooter in the world someday. And when you can get somebody that's that good of a shooter, it makes a lot of sense, especially considering you have some playmaking. I like his fit next to Amen Thompson. Shepard's undersized for the shooting guard spot, only 6'1" without shoes, but you got a big playmaking small forward that can play some defense, and you're going to need to space the floor for him. They got a lot of players that are going to be in the rotation. I'm not sure how much Reed Shepard plays right away for the Houston Rockets, but ultimately, do they really need him to play? It's basically just a fit pick long term. Maybe not somebody to help them right now. They don't trade the pick. They keep it. Eric, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'm not super high on Reed overall, just because I think he's kind of a tweener. But I think for the Rockets, it's a really good fit. I think Detroit, he would have been a good fit on as well. But and maybe Charlotte too. Those are the 3 teams that I think I wouldn't have thought it was a bad pick here. So, yeah, I kind of like it. Will they regret passing up both his teammate in Dillingham, who I think is going to be overall a better player, and then also Stephon Castle, who obviously has a lot of intangibles and is a good defender and possibly has a lot more than he showed in his first year at UConn. So that'll be the question moving forward, is did they pick the right guard? But I think in terms of Houston, before Ime, they just needed some stability there, and they got it last offseason. But I think this kind of helps. I think he's exactly what they needed in terms of their young guys are still a bit of question marks at a lot of positions and that kind of stuff. And I think Reed helps solidify that young core going forward.
Yep, fully agree. Now at number 4, we have the San Antonio Spurs, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
And they could go a number of different ways with this pick, but most likely it's Stephon Castle. What would you do here if you were the Spurs, though? I think you'd probably go Rob Dillingham, huh? I mean, he'd be a really good fit with Wemby long-term. Could also be there at 8. You could pair Dillingham with Castle. I really like that backcourt pairing.
That'd be crazy.
If they can get him at 4 and 8. But the Spurs picking at 8, picking at 4, I think they go Castle. What are your thoughts?
I think they do go Castle as well, but I would go Dillingham because I think that's one of the most perfect places for Rob. And I said this last night, but I think whoever San Antonio drafts right here, if it's a guard, is going to be an absolute stud just because of how easy his path to becoming an all-star player is when you automatically can build in several assists a game and have the floor spaced with Wemby out there. So I think whoever gets drafted here is in just a perfect position. I think this is the most perfect spot of any player in recent years could go to. But I like Dillingham's ability to shoot, and I think he's an underrated passer that he didn't get. I mean, they had Reed Shepard and they had Antonio Reeves all sharing the ball handling duties at Kentucky. So I don't think Dillingham got to show off a lot. But towards the end of the season, when they started playing the freshmen more over the veterans on that Kentucky team, I felt like he showed a lot of good instincts on when to throw lob passes. And despite his small stature, I feel like he does a really good job of getting into the lane and finishes pretty well despite being small. So I would take Dillingham, but I don't think Castle is very far behind. It's just a question of, will that shooting become a positive at some point for Stephon? because Stephon has a lot of other things. He's got the size, he's got the defensive ability, and the slashing, cutting, all that kind of stuff over Dillingham for sure.
Yep, 100%. I have Stephon Castle number 2 on my big board for a reason. He's a really good defensive player. I think he has some offensive upside that is intriguing to me. I just think he has a good feel for the game, plays at his own pace. The three-point shot is something that's going to need to improve, though. But if you have him at the point of attack with Wemby, that's going to be a serious, serious problem. And at this point, like, if Clingan doesn't go here, Eric, he's likely a Blazer,
Maybe.
right?
Well, you still have Memphis possibly trading with Detroit or Charlotte or something. I think that's possible. So I wouldn't say most likely. I mean, if there's no trade up, I think Clingan's fallen to us. But I can't say that without, because it's still, there was reported today that Memphis was potentially offering 3 first-round picks to move up to get Clingan. So.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Stephon Castle from the University
That's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Eric, defensively, him with Wemby, oh my goodness. You got somebody that I think can be just lockdown point of attack defender guy, and you got the best rim protector in NBA history in the future, in my opinion, in Wemby. Like, this is something the Blazers are going to have to deal with. Like, you got the head of the snake, and then you got the bear behind the snake, right, is basically what you're dealing with there. Stephon Castle, head of the snake, good player. I think is a really good fit in San Antonio. The question is going to be, is he a point guard? Is he a wing? Can he handle point guard duties? Playing next to Wemby, it's really easy to run a pick and roll with him, right? Because you can throw the ball up 13 feet in the air and it will go catch it 15 feet away from the rim and dunk it. Like, that dude's insane. Love this pick for San Antonio. They can still go with another point guard like a Rob Dillingham at 8 because he can shoot the ball. He can play off another ball handler with his shooting ability. Yeah, but ultimately, like, you're going to have possessions where you're on the ball. You're going to have possessions when you're off the ball if you're Stephon Castle. And it's the Spurs, right? Like, Spurs culture, not really a factor to me. And I like the way Castle and Wemby could help Rob Dillingham defensively. If Rob Dillingham's there at 8, like, that should absolutely 1,000% be the pick for the Spurs, in my opinion, because then you have 2 guys that can run pick and roll with Wemby, 2 guys that can pass a bit, and they complement each other very well. Castle's just very versatile, so he can grow into a couple different roles depending on how his development goes. And at different positions as well. So he had one of the highest floors in the draft, in my opinion, and some sneaky upside if he can figure out the three-point shot and the slashing. And I think in San Antonio, they're going to know how to develop him, Eric. I think he's going to be a problem with Wemby defensively. That is, it could be the best 1-2 punch on defense one day.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a point of attack defender along with perhaps the best defender, or I don't know about best, but like one of the most unique defenders ever in Wemby. Castle is someone who I was surprised this season just how good defensively he was, because it was one of those things where you heard it, like, he was more supposed to be an offensive player, you know, and then he ends up being this like lockdown competitive defender, like a really scrappy, in-your-face type defender, and that is always impressive to me for young players, especially out on the perimeter when they have advanced defensive skill set. And so that really stood out to me. I felt like, it's still a little bit of a mystery how he is as the lead ball handler, because Tristan Newton obviously handled a lot of the point guard duties for UConn throughout the year. But I really liked him. I thought he was one of the best off-ball cutters as the season went along. And then, I'm really fascinated to see if he really does have another level as a lead ball handler versus an off-ball player, but I liked what I saw from him off-ball, so I don't know if that's necessarily if he's kind of struggles as a lead ball handler, you might want to move him back to more of a off-ball situation like he was at UConn. So yeah, I think that's something to watch moving forward, like how, because he has to be really special to be better than he was off-ball, right? Yeah. So is he special? I don't know, because we didn't really see it a lot.
I mean, I just think he's somebody that can do both, and when you have somebody that can do both, that's a good thing. It's you know, if he could become so good that he deserves the ball in his hands all the time on a team with Victor Wembanyama, then he's going to be the best player in the draft, right? Ultimately, he's likely going to just be somebody that can cut off Wemby, that can play off Wemby, that can also set up Wemby, can make a play and then defend. So I just think that type of Swiss Army knife is a thing that teams really like and a really good fit.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have the Detroit Pistons at 5, Eric. And I'm not entirely sure about who they're going to take here. You got Matas Buzelis, who has ties to the front office. I think he's the son of somebody that like works for, or no, his agent is tied to somebody in their front office. I forget the connection. So it could be him. Who are the other candidates here to Detroit, though? Donovan Clingan doesn't really make sense considering you got Jalen Duren. So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think this is where some of the forwards come into play as well. But if I am the Pistons right now, I'm trading it. I'm picking up assets. I think you can still get, like, let's say Cody Williams is their guy, or, you know, whoever, Buzelis maybe even. Yeah. I think you can maybe get one of those guys at 9. So I'm trading with Memphis right now, but I don't know. I think Connect does fit a lot of their needs. I don't like him necessarily being the 5th pick to Detroit, even though he helps them a lot. I still think it's better sometimes to not get impatient and try to fast rebuild or whatever. But I do think Connect is a really good fit for them.
Yeah. The pick is in. They keep showing Donovan Clingan. I don't know if that means anything. It would be a shock if he went here at number 5 to Detroit. They got Jalen Duren. Those guys can't play next to each other.
I think they were talking about that they were surprised he was still on the board.
Yeah, probably. Alrighty.
People are saying to turn the volume up if you can.
I mean, when they announce the pick, they will. Is it not been loud enough when they've announced the pick? Because I've like almost maxed it and put it in the mic. Maybe I need to put it in front of the mic.
When you look at the Detroit
Is that loud enough?
Obviously, the way that
that's way loud, yeah.
What about now?
Yeah.
It's still loud?
That's good, I think.
Yeah. Thought that's what I've been doing, but not sure.
Yeah. If it's true that Memphis...
Hold on.
With the 5th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Ron Holland II.
Ron Holland.
Wow.
A little bit of a shocker. There were rumors that Ron Holland could fall out of the lottery, and we were hoping, maybe he could fall to the Blazers' 14th pick, Eric, back when we had the 14th pick. He doesn't even last to the Blazers' number 7 overall pick as he goes 5 to Detroit. And I guess Detroit is just saying, screw shooting, because that's their biggest issue. And Ron Holland shot 24% from 3 last year for the G League Ignite, but was a guy that got serious buzz as the potential number 1 pick earlier in this season. Very quick first step. high motor guy, plays really, really good defense, and also was basically thrust into a role where he had to be the main creator on a bad G League Ignite team. I think he did about the best job he possibly could have done. It's not a good situation, and ultimately the key is he has to shoot threes better because he has a good first step. Very impressive finisher, can decel, good body control. Went and watched him play in person against the Rip City Remix. I think this is a good value pick. The fit next to Cade, next to a Sarr Thompson, I do not like at all, but ultimately one of Ron Holland and a Sarr Thompson needs to learn how to shoot. Otherwise, I feel like they're competing against each other. So now you got...
Please, if Woj or somebody tweets a trade or something, we need to know about it. So please, Grizzlies just traded up to 6.
Grizzlies traded up to 6.
So this is what I was going to say right before Detroit picked. If they pick someone like Ron Holland, I think that was the wrong move because I think they could have picked up an extra first from Memphis, sat there at 9, and still probably gotten Ron Holland.
Yeah.
But Memphis is going up and gonna, they're getting Clingan, right? For sure.
Oh, 100%. Clingan's not going to be on the board for the Blazers, which raises a bunch of questions about who the Blazers are going to take. Because Memphis is definitely leaping the Blazers. Oh, man, things got interesting here, man.
That means it comes down to the 3 players we talked about.
Yeah.
Connect, Salon, Edie, and then throw in the 4th guy, Cody Williams, who some local media people were saying was going to be Portland's pick. So it's going to be one of those 4 guys most likely, assuming that this pick ends up going to Memphis.
They traded Smart in order to do it? According to Felix in chat. Not sure. I mean, I'll just put up the number 9 freaking Memphis graphic, because I'm assuming this pick is theirs. Wow.
Well, we're going to see.
Somebody just said they saw Portland wanted to. Portland is trying to trade up. So was it not a confirmed trade by Memphis then? Woj said they tried to. Portland wants Clingan, Memphis wants Clingan. This is a good old-fashioned showdown, Eric. I guess I'll follow the ESPN graphics, okay? We're going to put freaking Charlotte up on the board. Who knows whose pick this is? It's pretty clear this pick is going to be Donovan Clingan to Portland or Memphis.
Okay. So here's what happened. Jake L. Fisher tweeted out that Charlotte was trading back to 9 with Memphis. And then Woj tweets out another team working to move up and secure Donovan Clingan, sources tell ESPN Portland. And then Jake L. Fisher says, correction, Memphis is working on a trade to move up to 6, not that it's happened.
Oh, come on, Jake Fisher.
Apologies, Charlotte is working on a trade back to 9. The Grizzlies have long wanted Donovan Clingan, and Memphis appears to be closing in on a move for the UConn center. Portland has wanted Clingan as well, holding number 7.
So how much are we going to try and give up to move up 1 spot to get Donovan Clingan is my question, Eric.
Oh, dude. If he falls to 7, fine. Do not give up more draft capital to do this.
If it's a second or 2, whatever. That's like 40% of GP2 weeks.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure this is what happened. It's like the Sacramento, Washington, Russell Westbrook to the Lakers trade, right? It's like Memphis agreed, and then Portland was like, "No, wait, we'll give you more," you know. And now they're
yeah. I mean, who knows? Who knows, man?
Guys, do not spoil picks, please. Do not spoil picks. We will start putting people in timeout and stuff like that. Do not spoil any draft picks, please.
Mods,
it
please
ruins
leave a
the whole
message.
stream.
I'll pin a message as well. Spoil picks or you will be banned. Okay, there you go. Pin message.
All right, why? So now apparently,
I mean, we have to know who's trading for this pick.
now they're not trading, I guess, and they're just going to pick someone here, which is also dumb because if they're not taking Clingan, they could have picked up another asset.
Unless they just want someone here. Charlotte
Woj is tweeting Charlotte Hornets keeping the pick.
Woj said who they're drafting. Yeah, do not spoil. I mean, they can't be so Clingan's going to be there at 7. Because they're not going Clingan, right? Unless they just don't believe in Mark Williams' long-term health, which is possible. Like, maybe they could go Clingan. Maybe they could take Clingan and then try and dangle him for even longer, but they'd have to hurry up and make a trade if they're trading down to 7 or 9 to take the prospect that they want. I don't know. Part of me is kind of hoping they go Clingan just because it'd be funny. The chaos around this pick has been hilarious. And then you got the Blazers, of course, at 7. I love this. I love this.
Could they?
Are they going
take
Salon?
Clingan just to mess with?
There was a rumor earlier today about Salon being the pick at 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's who got spoiled in chat. So, yeah.
Why did you share the spoiler for all of us that didn't see it?
And then, sorry, I thought you saw it. My bad.
No. No, you spoiled me. We gotta ban you. All right, who wants to be my co-host?
Oh, wait, they announced it. Oh, we missed it.
Oh, my stream's behind. What the hell?
They picked Tijon Salon.
Tijon. Why was my stream behind? That was weird. All right, Tijon Salon is after all that chaos, Tijon Salon is the pick at 6 for Charlotte. Eric, this is your guy. This is your guy. We're going to argue for a second here. Let's try and be quick. Okay, why do you like him?
Man, Charlotte Hornets got my guy again. I was a big Brandon Miller guy last year. Yeah, so Salon obviously doesn't have the production or numbers, but in my mind, when I'm watching a prospect and I see flashes of ability,
All right, we're back. Okay, not gonna do that again. I know what was crashing it, I think. So anyway, not gonna mess with that. Blazers on the clock at 7. Apologies for the issues. Donovan Clingan is probably going to be a Portland Trailblazer, huh?
Yeah, you'd assume so.
They tried to trade up, but now they didn't need to.
Yeah.
Look, you see a salon image. He's walking. There's the Blazer logo in the back, Eric. I know that's what you were wishing for. Unfortunately, he's a Charlotte Hornet for you. And now we got the Blazers on the clock. Or could the Blazers, hold Clingan over Memphis and trade back to 9? I don't mind that as a play, but...
If we pick up some draft capital to move back 2 spots, I'm all for that right now. You might still get Connect, because I don't think the Spurs are taking Connect at 8.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want Connect, I think just like Charlotte a minute ago, and Detroit before that, I think you're giving up some value by just staying and taking your guy. So I would be pretty cool with that. But every single rumor we've heard is that the Blazers were trying to move up, and it was Donovan Clingan they were after. And now he's on the board at 7. So I would just be surprised if they don't just pick Donovan Clingan here.
Yep. Mods, ban anyone that spoils. We got Blazer fans in there. Nice. Might be the only 3 Blazer fans in there. Shout out to them for representing the cause. And here you go.
In the 2024 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Donovan Clingan.
There it is.
From the University of Connecticut.
Donovan Clingan is a Portland Trailblazer. Eric?
Your stream's now behind. That sucks.
What do you mean my stream's behind? It's up to date.
I mean, when you played this stuff, it was ahead of my live TV, but now it's behind it. So.
Got you. Yeah. Clingan's a Blazer. Anyway, let's react to this pick. Chat, how do you feel about this pick? I know a lot of you wanted Connect. I like Connect as well, but Donovan Clingan is a Portland Trailblazer. Ultimately, the Blazers just improved their defense long-term with Avdija and Clingan. This is crazy that Donovan Clingan is a Portland Trailblazer to me, Eric. Won back-to-back national championships at UConn. Is a legitimate 7'2" big man, rim protector. I'm a little higher on him than Eric. I had him 9th on my board. Eric, I believe you had him 16th. What do you think of this pick for the Blazers? How are you feeling right now?
I'm happy we didn't give up assets to do it.
Yeah.
So that's first and foremost. Knowing that he was their main target, I'm curious to know what they tried to give Charlotte to move up 1 spot. In my opinion, and I put Edie in the same category. I know, Tori, you're going to push back on this slightly. But I feel like Scoot needed a big, more like Luka has in Dallas with Lively and Gafford, more rim-running bigs, not kind of plotting, bigger, less athletic bigs.
As well, right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Just smiling down. This is everything I've worked for my entire life, and just to hear my name called is, it don't feel real. Like you said, I got my mama over here on my side of all times. She's looking down at me, she's smiling. I know she's proud.
All right, so you've been at the top of the college basketball world 2 times over now. You're starting over as a rookie, an organization that is building. What are you going to do to stay motivated and maintain the work ethic that has gotten you here?
Man, I just want to win. I just want to keep winning. I'm never going to be satisfied for where I've been. So I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep trying to get better. I'm going to keep learning, and I'm just going to try to be the best player I can every day.
I have no doubt you'll be able to do that, Donovan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we have 2 UConn guys going in the top 10. It's the 6th time in the last 40 years.
Alrighty. As you were saying.
So offensively, I think it kind of, I mean, I don't think Ayton and Clingan can play together, so now we'll see what they do. Yeah, Hurley, you want to come coach the Blazers? You were in a.
We won't fire you as quickly as the Lakers would.
I think you're pretty limited. Unlike what I was saying about Sarr, how you can play any scheme, I think you are pretty limited to what you can do. And I think Clingan is going to be hunted in pick and rolls, just like Edie would have been as well. And I think it's going to be really tough since we have probably the worst screen navigation in the league. I don't think it's even close. We have a tough time getting through screens, and so to get a big that would be best suited for drop coverage in today's NBA that can't switch on to quicker guards, and I don't know. It seems like we're kind of pigeoning ourselves into being a one-dimensional team again, and that as versatile as the Avdia thing was earlier, I don't really like that as much.
I feel like you're underselling his foot speed a little bit, just a little bit. Like, I don't think he's plodding. We liked Nurkic back in the day, and we thought he was just quick enough to be able to run some other schemes. I don't think Nurkic is quicker than Clingan is. And Clingan has more length, has more size, so it gives him a little bit more of a cushion. I don't think he's necessarily going to be completely incapable of running other schemes. And a lot of times it comes down to like timing, execution, footwork. It's not just how quick are you. And that's going to be the thing with Clingan. He can protect the rim. He showed flashes of being able to make the right pass, like can make a pass from the top of a key. UConn ran a pro-style offense. He's going to be able to protect the rim. The finishing needs to get better. I don't really buy the shooting workouts. Like, I don't think he's going to be a three-point shooter at the next level. But he knows how to play. He knows how to defend. He knows how to block shots. And he's a legitimate 7'2" big man. I think as a role threat, he's going to be just fine. Like, I think he has to get a little bit stronger in order to finish a little better on the interior. And I think this puts a clock on DeAndre Ayton. It's funny because not only did the Blazers trade Malcolm Brogdon today, they also put a ticking clock on both Jeremy Grant and DeAndre Ayton, in my opinion, by getting Avdia and Donovan Clingan. That's their future at the 4 and the 5, in my opinion. Maybe Avdia plays the 3 next to Jeremy Grant, but you got Tamani Kamara there. Sharp with the 3 guards is probably going to have to slide up to there. At the very least, they got better defensively today. It's going to be interesting to see if Clingan can run other stuff and how well he can guard in space at the NBA. Because I think that's kind of the biggest difference between my opinion on him and yours, is just how good his foot speed is.
Yeah, but you mentioned Nurkic, but wasn't that the whole point of trading him? Was
San Antonio's up, sorry.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Rob Dillingham.
I love it for the Spurs.
Gotta be freaking kidding
I love it for the Spurs. The Spurs get Rob Dillingham, who is a phenomenal fit next to Castle. I was talking about it after they took Castle. They could have taken Dillingham at 4. They get him at 8. Offensively, he's dynamic. He can play off Castle. He can play with the ball in his hands. He can run pick and roll with Wemby. And, I mean, defense is the issue with him. He's very, very undersized. But when you got Castle and Wembanyama next to you, that's probably not going to be an issue. So this is maybe my favorite pick of the draft so far. And part of it is because they took Castle at 4. Love this for San Antonio.
Yep, absolutely love it. Rob Dillingham, second on my board. We're debating him or Castle at 4. They end up getting both of them. And I think despite hopefully Castle isn't a baby about it, but as long as he is on board and okay with this, I think that's just like a perfect combination of guards, because Dillingham can shoot, so he can play a little bit off ball as well. and the defense between Castle and Wembanyama just erases any of the defensive liabilities that Rob has. So you can still do a lot of things even with him in the lineup. And this guy, I mean, he's just, I think he's going to be one of the next big point guards. And I'm not going to guarantee it because I know you hate that, Tori, but I just think if I had to put money on one player and my life depended on it to be a star in this draft, I would put on Rob Dillingham.
Yeah, love his fit. Fantastic pick. Back to what you were saying about Clingan with the Blazers, though.
Traded to the Wolves?
Huh?
Rob is going to Minnesota?
What? After all that, what?
It doesn't matter. What the?
Really?
Minnesota is traded for the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham. Holy crap.
What are they trading?
I mean, that's...
Cat?
I don't know. That is,
I love Rob Dillingham for the Wolves,
Minnesota's good on the Wolves, yeah, because Conley's getting up there.
Mm-hmm.
They needed Conley and Anthony Edwards with those two bigs, assuming they didn't trade one of them. What could they have possibly
traded? Is there ain't no way they traded McDaniels for him, right? Oh God, don't put McDaniels defensively with Castle and Wembanyama. They're going to be the greatest defense ever. I don't think they would have traded McDaniels for Rob Dillingham. They don't really have future picks either. They have the 27th pick. I'm confused. So who reported that?
Woj?
The Timberwolves
A
are
2031 unprotected first and a protected 2030 pick swap. Wait, that's it?
Who knows how good that first could be, but I take back everything good I just said about San Antonio. Wow.
Why did they do that?
What in the world? It's funny because the Wolves for the longest time have been looked at as just an absolutely god-awful, terrible organization, right? Can't do any good. And San Antonio has been like the gold standard. In this trade, I do not understand why you would trade Rob Dillingham. He's a perfect fit. You need a point guard. You got Castle and Dillingham. Both guys can feed Wemby, are dynamic. Dillingham's defense isn't a problem. Andy wanted to go there. I do not understand that trade from San Antonio's standpoint at all. For Minnesota, good job. You got your point guard of a future. You have the defense around him, the defensive infrastructure to cover for him, and you needed offense, and he's going to provide you that. Here we go with Memphis at 9.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select
Zach Edey to Memphis.
This is what Portland was worried about if Clingan was not on the board and why they would have strongly considered taking Edey at 7. So
this draft has taken a turn for the craziness, man. They wanted a center. They couldn't get Clingan. And they get Edey instead. I don't like this pick for Memphis. I just don't. I just think it's too high. I know you needed a big man. You could have maybe traded back and taken Yves Missy, Kalel Ware I have graded the same to Zach Edey. Is he really going to be able to defend in space? I don't know. If he gets beat to the rim, I guess you got Jaren Jackson Jr. waiting back there as a secondary rim protector, maybe the best one in the league, other than maybe Evan Mobley is up there in that conversation as well. I just do not get it, Eric. Memphis likes their older prospects. And, like, the guys that were stars in college, like David Roddy is an example of that. Is this the worst pick of the draft so far? You do not like Edie. You have a second-round grade on him. I had him, like, 22nd. This has to be the worst pick of the draft so far, right?
Yeah. With Jaw, much like what I was saying with Scoot, I don't like bigs that are like paint bigs or post bigs. And so Zach Edey is a tremendous screen setter. That will definitely help a little bit. But until he can prove he can consistently shoot from the outside, he's not going to draw coverage on like a pick and pop. So his defender's just going to sag into the paint on Jaw.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is not that good of a shooter either. Like, you really have no... I know he shoots a lot of them, but he's like 31% past couple years, right? Like, it's not good.
Yeah.
Let me look up Jaren Jackson Jr.'s stats real quick. Jaren Jackson Jr. last year shot 32% from 3. Was 35% the year before. Was 32% the year before that. 28% the year before that. Like, do you really have to respect Jaren Jackson Jr. as a three-point shooter? He shoots a lot of them. He shoots almost 5 a game. I just think they needed shooting. They needed more spacing. Instead, they go for the exact opposite. Somebody that might be able to help them out offensively, but in the completely opposite way.
That, by the way, it looks like the 2030 pick swap is number 1 protected only.
I guess it's not a terrible swap. I mean, if the Timberwolves suck, then maybe it looks like a really good trade in hindsight. I just don't like taking that gamble when Dillingham's such a good fit.
How old is Anthony Edwards? Like 23? Like, he's... I guess that's 8 years from now. Or 7 years from now.
Yeah, I don't know. Now the Timberwolves really have no future picks.
I think for the Timberwolves, with the assets they had without...
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Cody Williams. From the
There goes Cody Williams. Local media said he was going to go 7 to the Blazers, but I guess that was assumed that Clingan would not last there. Instead, Cody Williams falls to number 10 to Utah. I like this just because they kind of got a weird makeup right now. Really, their only young player to write home about is Keontae George, but he's kind of a combo guard. Now they get a wing that can play shooting guard, small forward. Cody Williams is skilled, can put the ball on the deck a little bit, but needs to get stronger, needs to shoot the 3-ball in higher volume. Shot 41% from last year, but you can't put stock in it, only 1.5 a game. And also needs to get stronger defensively. Have a couple of questions about him at the next level, especially if he's playing that small forward position. But I think for the value here at 10 and kind of the way the Jazz are built, I don't want to say I like this pick. I am completely okay with this pick for them, though.
Yeah, I think this kind of fits Danny Ainge's thing. He just drafts who he thinks has like a decent floor, but also, you know, some upside. And he found Tatum and Jaylen Brown doing the similar things. I think at 10, I think is a pretty good pick, and you just hope that some of Cody Williams' issues that came up during the year, I mean, outside of the injury, it's hard to know how much that impacted him towards the end of the year, really hurt his draft stock, despite him playing through it. So that kind of sucks for him that he played through all that, and how did that affect him, because he was top 5 guy before the injury. But I think for me, the thing I'm going to be looking at the most with Cody is just his willingness to be the guy and willingness to be a shooter. And I think that's what might separate a Jaylen Brown from a Cody Williams, is that he seems almost hesitant to shoot threes sometimes, despite shooting 40% at Colorado this year. So I don't know if he's just passive. A lot of times he deferred. Now, we had two older teammates in KJ Simpson and Tristan da Silva that were really good players, obviously, in college, and who should both get drafted in this draft. So maybe it was just as simple as he didn't take over because he didn't want to step on their toes. But I think if he wants to be a star-level player, he's got to have more of a killer instinct and just a want to shoot more and take over games a little bit more, because I think he can create a little bit. And obviously his shooting this year was good, so I don't think you should be that concerned about missing shots and having that affect your percentage and stuff. I think you should just go for it. But other than that, I think he's a really solid player, and I think he does have a chance of making teams look a little silly for dropping him so much after the injuries.
Yep, and now we have the Chicago Bulls up at number 11, and we hated the Josh Giddey trade for them. They need to pick a direction. They might let DeMar DeRozan walk. They probably should have traded him a year to a year and a half ago and gotten back better value. There's been trade rumors around Zach LaVine. You got Matas Buzelis still on the board, Eric. Dalton Connect is still on the board. It'll be interesting to see who they go here at 11.
Yeah, they don't have much shooting anymore, so Connect makes some sense, especially if they're going to try to win. Came out today that DeRozan and them have not seen eye to eye on a contract extension, so he's likely headed to free agency. Doesn't mean he won't resign or anything, but doesn't look like for now he'll be back or signing an extension before free agency begins. For me, though, I think Buzelis has the best chance of becoming a type of player they need, and I would take him right now despite their shooting need. I think Buzelis kind of maybe could be their Lauri Markkanen type player that obviously they traded him away and then watched him blossom on another team. So maybe that could be their guy there, but I'm not sure what they're going to do because it's Chicago.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what Chicago does? They don't even know what they're going to do, man. I mean, their ownership pushes for them to make playoffs when they're only good enough to make a play-in. And then if they play their way in, they're going to get killed. So it really makes no sense to keep running back that status quo at all. Especially when you might lose DeRozan. Like, you're bad. Embrace it. Rebuild. It's pretty freaking simple. So I don't understand why they're so steadfast about trying to be competitive, trying to make play-ins, because it's just not worth it.
Let me try to get to some of these donations real quick. Pineapple's $2 donation. Just got off work. What happened before 5 p.m.? We traded for Denny Avdia, and OG re-signed with the Knicks. JPO $2 donation. So is DA out of here this summer now? You'd have to think if you're DA, you're not happy right now.
No.
I don't know if he's going to be traded this offseason or they'll try to make it work with those two. But for how badly Portland wanted Donovan Clingan, by all accounts, I don't see a case where they can go to DA now and be like, no, you're still our guy at center. Like,
unless DA always wanted to play the 4, now they said they're going to play him at the 4. But also, you just got Denny Avdia, who's going to start. So where does Jeremy Grant go? What's up?
I think you're ruining our guards' careers if you play 8 at the 4.
The 4 with Clingan.
The Scoot needs to be able to get in the paint. That's why I think like a stretch big like Khalil Ware would have been better with Scoot, like just in terms of opening up the paint. And so I just think if you play DA with Clingan and Scoot, it's just how are you ever going to get in the paint with those three? Like, I don't know. It just seems really bad.
Yeah, it's just funny, man. Like, today has been wild because going in, I thought if they draft somebody at 7, it's going to raise questions about somebody's future on this team. If it's a forward, it's going to be Jeremy Grant. If it's a center, it's going to be DeAndre Ayton's. I did not expect them to make 2 moves that raise questions about both those guys.
24 NBA draft. The Chicago Bulls select Montes Buzelis.
Buzelis is a Chicago Bull.
I think that's good value for 11. I really like Buzelis' game. I like his attitude. I think he competes on both ends, and we'll see if the shooting comes around because it wasn't good this year. But as you mentioned with Ron Holland, it's just a terrible situation for all those G League Ignite guys. So I don't know how much you can read into that. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if, much like I just said about Cody Williams, he makes a lot of teams pay for letting him slip to 11.
Yep, 100%. I just like his ability to handle the ball at his size. Big enough to play the 4. Also, he was more impressive defensively than I expected in the G League. Like, defense was a knock coming into this past year, and he looked good as a secondary rim protector and moved his feet a little better defending the perimeter than I thought. And it's funny how he went from a shooting forward, like his three-point shot was looked at as his best skill coming into the G League Ignite, and now it's one of his weaknesses, and one of his best traits is his defense. He's completely flipped as a prospect in terms of the way guys perceive him, but I think he has upside because if he ever figures out that shot, he was a good shooter in high school, good shooter before he got to the G League Ignite, and then, of course, the three-point line is a lot further away. So if he can ever figure out that shot with the way he can put the ball on the floor, then that could be an intriguing two-way forward with some size. He needs to get a little bit stronger, especially with his base, in order to truly drive to the rim. But I like him as an upside pick for Chicago. I think this is a good pick. And also it does bring into question Patrick Williams, who's a restricted free agent. Maybe they're looking to move off of him. But, I mean, you can probably play Buzelis with him and play Buzelis behind him. So I don't think this necessarily is going to indicate that they're going to get rid of Patrick Williams or let him walk in free agency. You muted yourself.
For me, when you're talking about a 19-year-old, if one of the biggest knocks is he needs to get stronger, I think that's something that can easily be fixed over time. And so I think that's just a really, really good pick for the Bulls there.
Yep. Who do they have crying on the screen? Is that like his brother?
It looks like it's probably his brother. So
I like Matas, man. I like Matas.
Yep. Clearly a bot member for 32 months. Loving the stream. Thanks as always, guys. Thank you, bot. Adzi Mac, Australian $5 donation. Thank you, Adzi. Even more spewing. We traded 14 now. There's still incredible value left on the board. We do still have a few picks left before ours, so I don't know about incredible value, but
Connect is still there, man.
We always knew that if we trade with the 14th pick, it looked like somebody was going to fall. Right now, that looks like it's Connect. Who am I missing? Someone else that's fallen?
No, everybody that went like top 12 or other than Connect are guys we expected to go top 13.
Yeah, Topic,
or
I
top
guess,
11.
Still fall.
Yeah, Topic and Connect are the only two, but like if they go the next 2 picks, that's kind of the consensus top 13 right there.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been a shocker. Here we go with... Oh, no. The pick isn't even in. Sorry, go ahead. It's funny because you'll start to talk like right when the pick is about to be announced. It's just funny timing. Anyway, go ahead.
Devin Carter was rumored to have gotten a lottery promise or a top 10 promise. That obviously wasn't true. That's another guy that I think at 8 would have been a really good fit for the Spurs or the Timberwolves as well. But yeah, so I don't really see. I don't know. I think it's weird if OKC drafts a guard here, so I'm not sure what. This could be where Da Silva starts to go. There was rumors about Deron Holmes here at 12. I still think they need some big man depth or some bigger forwards and stuff. So let's see what they do here. But before they announced that, Sweet had a $2 donation. Cody Williams is the best hooper in this draft. LT, is that you? Yeah, I mean, he very well could be. I don't think he is currently, and I think him being Jalen Williams' brother did lead to a lot of people being higher on him than he probably should have been.
I agree.
But I think when you look at just his overall game, I don't think, like, I'm not completely like, you've got to be kidding me, that's stupid if someone wants to say in 10 years he'll be the best player from this draft. I think there is a small chance that statement ends up being true.
Yeah, I just think there's an equally small chance for like 15 other players to be the best player from this class.
That's the problem with this draft. Yeah, there's a lot. And Andy Marchant, 19-month member message, have we opened up the MLE with the Denny trade? No, we have not. We're kind of close, I guess, to opening up the smaller MLE, or we could use part of an MLE. But no, we have not. We're only about $4 million under the cap now, or under the tax, sorry. So if they use the MLE, they'd be right back in the tax. But there still obviously could be more trades.
Free agency isn't even that good this year. But like if they hypothetically traded Ayton and got back anything of value, traded Grant and got back good value and opened up an MLE and then like signed someone decent, I might have to give this offseason like an A-. I'm not the biggest fan of Clingan, but I'm fine with that pick. I love the Avdija trade. So
yeah. And then Monopo Man, a $350 donation. I would assume Grant is out before Ayton.
I would assume so too.
I think Grant's a lot easier to trade than Ayton, obviously.
Yeah.
So the latest I heard on Grant was that.
Here we go with OKC. See, here you go.
Yeah, there we go.
The 12th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Nikola Topic from Belgrade, Serbia.
Wow.
Wow.
Zaveda.
Why?
Was that for someone else or?
He made his EuroLeague debut at just.
I don't think he makes any sense on that team. You could have went with somebody like a Tristan Da Silva, Deron Holmes, even like somebody that could have helped out your front court.
Happy.
Huh?
He doesn't look happy.
This pick makes no sense to me. But watch, he's going to be the best player in the draft, like because it's OKC. I
think.
Go ahead.
I just don't think they're afraid to just take who they think is the best player. And with his injuries this year, he had to sit out, I think, 3 times with knee injuries. I think you can afford to be patient with him. Let him learn under SGA for a while. But, yeah, he does not look super happy.
Yeah. You know what's funny?
Barely.
They traded Josh Giddey just to draft the next Josh Giddey. I mean, Topic, I've soured on Topic. I wasn't too high on him all year long. I just think his game has serious flaws on the defensive end and with his three-point shot. He needs the ball in his hands, which is why I think he makes no sense on OKC, because I don't think he's going to play off the ball too well, and he's not going to help out their defense. And it's not like they needed extra guard play. They got Caruso and Case of Wallace and SGA is kind of their three-guard rotation. I know Caruso can slide up, and you can play 3 guards. It just does not make sense for me at all. And like you could have went Connect. You could have went somebody that's rated to help you win next year. Topic has an ACL tear as well and has a negative wingspan. Just lots of red flags with him. So I don't even think he was the best player on the board. Like, Connect, I have ranked far higher than Topic, and I think Connect would have at least helped as a shooter, floor spacer, would have been intriguing there. So I hate this pick for the Thunder, partly because I don't think he was the best player on the board, and I just hate the fit. I hate the fit long term, Eric. I don't understand how he ends up being a good pick here.
Yeah, the only thing I could say about that, though, is you mentioned the mock off season at the beginning. You just took value, that are there. And if you think Topic is one of the top players,
if you're rebuilding, yes. But when you're in OKC's position, no.
But part of the reason you drafted 3 point guards was like to move one of them, right? Eventually. So if he shows out or shows any kind of ability, and you get better than the 12th pick value on him eventually, I think they'll probably look to move him if he's decent later on.
I just think that's flawed because I don't think he'll look too good there.
It's tough. It's tough.
I don't think he's going to look too good there, and even if you move another, like, I don't know, let's say they move Case and Wallace and Caruso or something, it's like they need those defenders. And Topic is not going to be that defender. I don't like his fit next to SGA, regardless of whoever else they have.
But you have Caruso, you've got Lou Dort still, you got Chet, you got J-Dub. You have good defenders around him. And Chet can space the floor, so the lane could be open, and he's probably one of the best finishers, creators, passers in this draft. So I just think they just took who they thought was the best player and aren't worried about it. But I don't know if that's the best strategy for a team trying to win a championship, but yeah.
I wonder if the Kings regret resigning Malik Monk with Connect here on the board.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, with Malik Monk
if they trade
back, then maybe they don't go Connect. Maybe the Blazers could have gotten Connect at 14.
There's a lot of Kevin Huerter trade rumors, though, Harrison Barnes trade rumors. So I think it's possible. Offensively, with Connect and Keegan spacing the floor, though, that's interesting, but their defense would be so trash.
Yeah, Connect is the last guy of the consensus top 13 that has yet to go. So you'd expect him to be the pick here, because I just think he's clearly better than anybody else that left on the board. But if Connect isn't the pick, Eric, it could be one of like 10 different guys.
Yeah.
Because you get into that next tier where a lot of guys I think are graded pretty evenly. So if it's not Connect, it'll be fascinating to see who it is. And then, remember, you got the Wizards at 14 with the Blazers pick now. I'll put the... Dog's popping off. Alrighty. Malcolm trade is so bad. Why are you calling it the Malcolm trade? That trade is good. Here we go with Sacramento.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Devin Carter.
Devin
I like it.
I guess they're gonna...
Look at it.
What?
Oh, just laughing at Devin Carter.
Man, he has some aura. He has some aura. So, I think he can defend up, so I think he could play next to De'Aaron Fox at the, 2-point guards. He plays bigger than his size. He rebounds really, really well. It's just competitor, gritty, feisty. All that good stuff. They tried Davion Mitchell, who's kind of a similar player, and he didn't pan out. So now they're going to try it with Devin Carter out of Providence. 3-year player. Their star scorer this year was Bryce Hopkins. He went down with a season-ending injury, and it thrust Devin Carter into like the number one offensive option role, and he took that and went off. shot the 3-ball well this year at like 39%. That had been a struggle for him earlier in his college career. And ultimately, he's just going to be a competitor. He's going to be somebody that brings defense. That's kind of what Sacramento needed. They needed a point of attack defender. They tried to trade for Alex Caruso. Chicago didn't want the 13th pick. So instead, they get Devin Carter. I think there's a good value pick. It provides them something they need. Fit with Fox may be slightly weird, but the hope is with Devin Carter is he can be one of those undersized point guards. That doesn't really matter. He's undersized because he has long arms, quick off the ground, like can block shots, can recover really well, and will battle and play as hard as anyone out there on the court. He kind of reminds me a little bit of a smaller point guard version of Josh Hart with the way he rebounds and how he drives to the rim. So, solid pick.
Yeah, I love Devin Carter. I think he's a good fit with Fox. Like you said, maybe it doesn't make as much sense with Monk, but maybe Monk can play a little bit of 3, and obviously you need 3 guards. One of them's going to be the backup, so you assume probably starting off that'll be Devin Carter. I just like his ability to just... I talked about that earlier with Salon. Just, you see glimpses of players who play like they're stars, and he played like he's the best player on the court a lot of times this year. And he had some surprising athleticism in the combine. I don't think he's that undersized for a point guard. As a 2 guard, yes. And there were rumors he was a little taller, but decent wingspan and all that kind of stuff. So I just think he's going to be able to take over games. Not the passer that Halliburton was, but kind of similar offensively other than the passing to what Halliburton brought for them, and maybe that's kind of what they were thinking when they let him go.
Yeah. So now you got Portland on the clock, but they're picking for Washington.
I have a question for you, Tori. Are you a little less stoked about the trade with Connect on the board here and the possibility that the Blazers could have had both Clingan and Connect?
My heartstrings, bro. If they pick them for Washington, it's going to pull at my heartstrings a little bit, man.
Right, because he's going to be put on this Blazer hat for a second.
Avdia's good. Like, Avdia's good.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change. Like, Avdia's good. I would have taken Avdia at, like, maybe with the number 1 overall pick in this draft if Reese Shea is its number 1 pick. Like, I think he's a better prospect than Reese Shea. So you're able to get that for 14 Brogdon and second best pick in 2029. Yeah, it's a good trade no matter who is going to be available here. But it will pull at my heartstrings if Connect is in a Blazer hat. Because I like Connect. I'm a Connect fan. The Blazers still have the 34th and 40th picks, which would take place tomorrow. We'll see if they trade them to try and move into the first round.
So who do you think Washington takes here then?
Jacoby Walter's been mocked here, right? So
that's why?
Maybe that's why, yeah. Maybe that's why.
Well, Jared McCain would be a bad pick for Washington.
No, I don't think he would be either. Bub Carrington would be my pick.
Carrington would be a good pick too. Yeah. My wife just brought home pizza. I might have to have a piece.
Ooh. Well, luckily, it's not 60 picks on draft night. It's 30. Because I'm hungry as well.
Yeah, because if I was Washington, I would have taken Devin Carter or Nikola Jokic.
The Portland Trailblazers select Bub Carrington.
Bub Carrington! I called it. Remember when I said a while ago that it feels like there is a chance that Bub Carrington rises into the lottery, like sneaks up into the lottery? Do you remember when I said that a couple weeks ago?
That was a lot of people thought that.
I don't remember anyone else thinking that. I love this pick for the Wizards. He's legit, man. He's legit. So I know it's Blazer graphics. It's going to the Wizards. It was too much to try and change all the pick numbers and all that. The Wizards get Bub Carrington, 3-level scoring upside. Great pull-up shooter, especially from mid-range, shot approximately 50% from there. It was 32% from 3, but shot some difficult attempts, and I think his shot's going to be just fine. I think he has true all-star potential as a scorer. Shiftiness, ball handling ability, the way he moves with the ball. He's one of my movement pattern guys. And defensively, I think he can compete. I don't think he's ever going to be like good, but he's 6'3" without shoes, decent wingspan, and had some competitive moments on that end. So you're hoping to just be solid. They have Alex Sarr there to help him out behind him. The one thing he needs to improve is getting to the rim, and maybe his playmaking a little bit. Although I think his playmaking is fine for a scoring point guard if that's what he's going to be. It's just getting to the rim. He did not get to the rim much, especially in the half court. Needs to get a little stronger. Needs to improve his finishing around the rim. If he can do that, he's a 3-level scorer with a ton of upside. I think I had him right here at 14 on my board. Good pick by the Wizards. They got a point guard. They got a center, as I predicted. And I like both the picks that they got.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I am a little concerned. Koulibaly's shot the ball at times, so maybe he's erases some of these concerns, but I do think they have a little bit of a shooting problem with Carrington, Koulibaly, and Sarr until one of them proves they can consistently shoot the 3. But other than that, I really like that mix of players. I think that's really good. You got really good size at the point guard position, really good size at the 2, since Koulibaly's 8 feet tall now. And yeah. I'm going to continue making that joke because they keep saying how he keeps growing.
Growing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Koulibaly is the best shooter out of the 3. I think Bub will be fine shooting the ball. Alex Sarr doesn't need to shoot the ball as much as the other 2 guys do, considering he's a center. That pick and roll is going to be pretty fun there in Washington. I like that pick. The Wizards are getting better, Eric. The Wizards, They traded Bradley Beal, kind of got fleeced. He had no trade clause. People were like, oh, that's a joke of a franchise. But they chose their direction. They chose rebuild. They got Koulibaly. I think that's a pretty good pick in last year's draft. He looked good as a rookie, and now they get Sarr and Bub Carrington, and they still have the 26th pick. It's a really good start to their rebuild.
Yep. They have the 26th pick coming up as well. Looks like they should be able to get a decent player there. Shout out to RT Shady Squid for an Australian $5 donation. So much for being fast, athletic, and switchable. Back to drop scheme it is. Right, Squid, man. There goes that identity we were building. LOL. Clingan doesn't make sense. That has been my number one issue with the Clingan and ED talk is just the fact that, to me, if you're trying to play a faster pace, and I know they didn't actually do that last year, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to get a center like that that's not quick up and down the court. But we'll see. Maybe their defense will be so much improved that they won't need to.
It's just funny because they preached that identity, playing fast and like not running drop scheme, and then last year they got young players that were supposed to be able to play fast, and then they still didn't play fast, and they still played drop scheme. So maybe it was something where Cronin just resigned himself to, I don't know, but ultimately you probably need to get a new coach if you want to have a different identity too, and who knows how married they are to Chauncey beyond this year. I do think Clingan fits the defense that Chauncey has ran as of late. It just feels like a Chauncey pick and not a Cronin pick, you know?
Yeah. We need a Josh Hart at every position. Oh, no, we have to trade Josh Hart because we can't keep him. It just, who knows with this organization. But,
I don't think value-wise is a bad pick. It's just,
yeah.
Like, legitimately, the Avdija trade, almost just makes me not even, okay, fine, we got Clingan, we also got Avdija. You know, that's kind of how I feel right now.
Yeah. And then Truly Spencer, PDX member for 19-month member, message says, is Cronin taking steps towards redemption as a GM?
I mean, he will never redeem himself for some of his past mistakes, in my opinion. At this point, it's like, I just move on and hope he does well from here on out. I think the Avdia trade is the best move he's made, so props for that. He's going to need to make a lot more moves like that, though, Eric.
Yeah. I think my biggest issue is I think they get to one trap. Like, they identify a need and then they get a player that can only do that one thing, right?
Yeah.
So, like I think this summer they identified that their rim protection was awful and they needed a rim protector. So they're just like, okay, we need Donovan Clingan because he can protect the rim, right? And he's probably the best rim protector they could get, like, realistically. So, like, I feel like they're too locked into just like that without thinking of trying to get players that are overall good fits. And that's why I'm kind of excited about Avdia, because I do feel like for the first time that was a move by Cronin that does fill a couple different holes instead of just one that creates other holes at different positions and stuff.
Which, like, legitimately, you can't get Avdia and not have him fit, in my opinion. He's that good of a fit with no matter who you have, so.
Right, yeah.
Here we go with Silver, I think. Maybe we can actually get ahead of him walking out on the podium. Summer League, July 12th to 22nd. I'm looking forward to Donovan Clingan shooting threes in Summer League. Eric, let's go. The Ryan Repair, Donovan Clingan pick and rolls. You ready?
Please don't get hurt like Sharp and Scoot, knock on wood.
Yeah, hopefully we get more than one game of Clingan. It doesn't even... Like, Clingan's such a big name college guy because of how good UConn was. It doesn't even...
we don't really need... Yeah, I know.
It's just... He's a Blazer now, bro. Like, it's just kind of crazy to me. Like...
I'm excited to see more of who would get at 34 and 40 in Summer League.
Yeah. Miami's going to get Connect, and he's going to be phenomenal for them, and they're going to be back. Watch. Or they go Jared McCain. Connect or McCain is my prediction here for them.
I'm going to say Jacoby.
Jacoby.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Khalil Ware from Indiana.
They go big man.
That's a good pick, I think.
Khalil Ware, the sophomore center out of Indiana. Played his freshman
Can he
They just signed Bam to an extension.
can he
that's
play
a good
next
fit.
to Bam?
I think they probably can.
That's a bit of a shocker. Not because it's not like the range that Khalil Ware should go, but just I didn't expect Miami to go big here.
They're kind of similar on offense.
I think Jared McCain would have been a great fit. Dalton Connect easily best player on the board.
Yeah.
Can we trade up and
Get Connect too.
wait? Lakers at
Philadelphia.
17.
And
Philadelphia.
Lakers. Grant going to one of those teams where we're getting Connect.
Philly has to be going Connect, right?
Oh, dude, that's such a good pick for them. McCain, I guess, too. But
Yeah, but like they need, if they're going the cap space route, they need somebody that can contribute next year on a cheap contract with this pick, and you get Connect. Like he fits well off their stars.
yeah.
Man,
Dude, right now, Grant for 16 and
like another
their
first.
2028 Clippers pick or something.
That's my pipe dream right now. That's my pipe dream, bro. Like, if you could still get Connect, Clingan, and Avdia out of this draft.
Just completely revamp our front court.
Yeah. Also, never mind. Nothing.
I get you.
Nothing.
I'll be right back.
All right. So you got the Sixers on the clock here at pick number 16. I'm trying to update this bottom ticker. I thought Chris was going to be helping me out today with graphics. He unfortunately couldn't. Into cap space, yeah, I don't think that's an option for Portland. But it's something that I would love. I don't understand the way Connect's falling right now. It feels a lot like Cam Whitmore last year. All right. So Sixers, who knows what they're going to try and do. Apparently they want Jimmy Butler. I don't think they're going to be able to get Jimmy Butler back. You got Tobias Harris, Buddy Hield, Kelly Oubre, some big name free agents. They got a ton of free agents. They're going to let Tobias Harris walk. Philly fans hate him now. So what do they do with all their cap space? And like, which of their players do they try and bring back? That's the biggest question surrounding the 76ers right now. Ultimately, this player, if they go the cap space route, is going to be in the rotation because they're going to lack depth if they let a bunch of guys walk to go get cap space. And look at Eric with that giant piece of pizza. Throwing it back to our very first live stream together.
I couldn't resist.
You're throwing it back to 2019, except unfortunately I don't have the ability to throw it back either. That could be clipped wildly out of context. Oh my goodness. I think I think De Silva could make some sense here for the Sixers. He's NBA ready. Jared McCain could make some sense as well. Yeah. Are the Blazers getting back in? Probably not into the first round, but I mean, maybe they can package both those seconds. Who knows? Like, I would be trying to probably package 34 and 40 and maybe like 3 or 4 of our second round picks from the GP2 trade to Phoenix for 22. They need some future seconds. Maybe that's too many future seconds, but I think 22 you can get a really good player. And apparently Phoenix is trying to move back. Turtle says Jake Fisher has been awful with his reporting today. Yeah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. He's being fed wrong info. I can't believe Zach Edey went top 10, man.
I know. Crazy.
Good decision on his part going back to school, though. We thought, like, what could it prove? Like, how is he really going to be able to increase his draft stock that much? And he wasn't even different. And he ends up going 9th. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So, Philly is still on the clock. They're letting their timer dwindle.
Eddie Martin says Vincent, Rui, 17, and 2031 first for Grant.
In a heartbeat, if Connect's still there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd do that. I'd run to the bank. Rui off the bench behind Avdia. You got Connect off the bench behind Kamara, and you got your 3-guard lineup, or maybe Connect at a shooting guard position. Sharp is the starting 3, Kamara off the bench. Like, I like that rotation, man. I am shocked at the way Dalton Connect is sliding. I think ultimately, I just feel like he's going to be the pick here 16 to Philadelphia. He makes so much sense for them.
Well, they could also pick him to trade later, too.
Yeah, I just think with the way he's slipped, it's a lot of teams that have passed on him, so it's kind of tough to like pick up and hope to trade
Do you
him.
think it's just the age? It's got to be right.
I guess, man. I guess, but he's good.
You're gonna say that people are gonna. I at this point, yeah, I think it's ridiculous he hasn't gone yet.
If he goes to a team where he plays 30 minutes a game, like I legitimately think he has a chance of winning Rookie of the Year. We're going backwards hat. It's backwards hat time. How's the pizza? Wes Davidson says, "See, Tori, I told you Connect isn't good. How is him falling in the draft means he's not good? Cam Whitmore is very good, and he fell to 20. So this doesn't mean he's any different as a player." I think Jared McCain's floor is 18 at Orlando. I think Dalton Connect, if he doesn't go here, he's going to LA. I mean, Dalton Connect has to be gone in the next 2 picks. Right? Here we go.
Trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Portland Trailblazers are trading to the Washington Wizards the draft rights to Bug Carrington, the 14th pick. And with the 16th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Jared McCain.
Jared McCain, one of the 2 guys we expected. He's going to come in, maybe start next to Maxey right away. Who knows? Undersized shooting guard type of player. And can really shoot the lights out, man. Like, had some really good games last year for Duke, especially in the NCAA tournament. Creation, a little bit of a question with him, but he says that he is a better creator than he was allowed to show last year at Duke. So I like this pick because I think he can play right away. He's a high-character guy. Makes sense for the Sixers needing somebody that can come in and play some minutes.
Yeah, I think just going to be an elite shooter at the next level. We saw him. Was that a tourney game or a game towards the end of the season where he hit like 9 threes in a row or something like that? Just an incredible shooter. We'll see if some of the other things he didn't get to showcase, like playmaking and ball handling and things like that, wasn't really a thing for him at Duke. Was that because of guys like Roach and Proctor,
Filipowski
Caleb
had the ball in his
Foster.
hands a lot.
Yeah. Was that just because he was not really in a position to handle the ball a lot, or is he really just more of a shooting guard instead of a point guard? It doesn't need to be, but I think it would be really beneficial to Philly if he could play a little bit of backup point guard in addition to being the starting shooting guard.
Yep, I agree.
And Maxey's got decent size, so I think they'd be fine playing together.
Yeah. Oh,
Call
LA right now. Offer them Jeremy Grant for 17 future first.
Yep. And for the record, the NBA never announces trades as they happen. So when he said there's been a trade, it would have had to have been for something that already took place.
Yeah.
That we knew about, not something. He wouldn't go up there and say, "This pick has been traded to the Portland Trailblazers."
I wish he
and then we
would.
trade
Yeah,
Or,
that would be fun.
The NFL does that, and it's so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Connect's going to be a Laker, huh?
So they take Connect or Bronny?
They're taking Connect, right? Like,
Do you think the Blazers called them right now?
I mean, I think Connect worked out well for them, and I think they kind of like Connect, but I'm not sure. And now that you got FD, it makes sense to move Grant. Grant makes sense on the Lakers. Like, it lines up pretty logically to me to make that phone call with Connect on the board. I mean, he's just such a good fit with what the Blazers have right now. You got Clingan, you got Avdia defensively. You really improved your defense. Your defense was better than your shooting last year. You need a shooter, especially if it's a guy that has a little bit of upside off the bounce and is like decent athlete.
De Silva would be a good pick for the Lakers here. Actually, Terrence Shannon would be
Yeah.
a really good fit for them as well.
Yeah. All right. It's just funny because defense was always the problem with Dame-led teams. With Clingan and Avdia now, Eric, like, it transitions our thinking in terms of what we need. We got Kamara last year. He's going to be a big part of our defense. Hopefully Scoot and Sharp can figure it out. You got Avdia. You got Clingan. The defense is better than the offense right now.
Mm-hmm. Can the Lakers afford Grant? It's going to be close, but they have Gabe Vincent's contract. They have Rui's contract. They have Vanderbilt's contract. They can find a way to make it work.
Yep.
Well, we don't know if they have D'Angelo Russell's contract yet because
he's a free agent.
Well, he can opt out. He hasn't decided yet, I don't think.
Or could be. Yeah, it could be a free agent. I doubt the Lakers will do that. Yeah, I bet we keep Grant. If their plan is to start Grant and Avdia together, Eric, I just don't like it. Here we go with LA.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the San Antonio Spurs are trading to the Minnesota Timberwolves the draft rights to Rob Dillingham, the 8th pick. And with the 17th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Dalton Knecht.
No! Oh, he's a Laker? Oh, no, Eric. Oh, of course he's a Laker.
I mean, that isn't necessarily... I don't think that's a bad thing.
Why is it not a bad thing?
Because they now own the rights to someone that we probably value in a trade.
Yeah. Trade him to Portland, please. I want to root for him. I'm a Connect fan. I've been a Connect fan all year. Was phenomenal at the University of Tennessee. Played 2 years at a JUCO, 2 years at Northern Colorado, and then transferred to the SEC. Went to Tennessee to try and develop his defense because Tennessee is a really good defensive school. Ended up absolutely carrying their offense. They made an Elite 8 run, and he torched SEC competition. Absolutely torched SEC competition, Eric. Had multiple games where scored 35, 36, 39 points. SEC is maybe the best conference defensively in the nation, and he's a lights-out shooter, can rise and fire, but also I think has a little bit of off-the-dribble juice, good athlete. He's going to be somebody that can step in right away and help that Lakers team. He's going to be good playing off LeBron and AD. This is a really good pick for them. No way he should have fallen. He was number 4 on my big board. I think he's a really high floor player with some sneaky upside because people just look at a dude that's 23 and think that they don't have upside. But if you look at a lot of guys that don't go lottery but ended up being stars in the past, they're older prospects. And there's something to be said about older prospects knowing how to play, coming into the league, learning how to be a role player, but then Connect was more than just a role player last year. He was an absolute stud, absolute star, one of the best players in college basketball. Great get for the Lakers if they keep him. If they want Jeremy Grant, I am on the phone right now if I'm Joe Cronin.
Yeah. Just waiting to hear that Dalton Connect will not be staying in Los Angeles.
Oh, man. I wish, man. Anyway. Jeremy for Connect, Rui, and Vando would feed families. Yeah, their future pick, too. Like, he just would make a lot of sense on the Blazers. A lot of teams could use a guy that can shoot and create the way the way he can. Really cool story as well. So doesn't he play small forward? He played the majority of his NBA career at the wing, some at 4. Why you put him at the 4? I just like Denny at the 4. I think Denny. How much 4 did Denny play last year?
I think Denny's more of a small forward, but he can definitely play 4.
I just think if you have Clingan too, you can get away with Denny at the 4.
Yeah. Denny
last year played 54% of the time at small forward, 42% of the time at the 4. And this is according to Basketball Reference, and that was the most power forward that he had played, and he had his best year. I mean, if you can get away with playing Denny at the 3, fine, but, like, you got Kamara, who I like better at the 3. Like, I think one of Denny and Kamara play the 4. So, whichever one you think is the better power forward, then that guy's the 4.
I don't think you have to.
Yeah, when they're playing together, but if you have, Sharp at the 3, like, who's going to play more next to Sharp at the 3 at the other forward spot is my question. Anyway. You got Orlando up at 18. Eric, what are your thoughts with the Magic here? Jared McCain off the board, Dalton Connect off the board. Both players would have been great for them, but both got taken in the last 2 picks.
Yeah. I kind of like Missy.
Yeah?
For them.
Yeah.
I think if they make a big trade, Wendell Carter might be a part of it, so they're going to need some center depth.
Mm-hmm.
Here
we go with Orlando.
The Orlando Magic select Tristan da Silva from Munich, Germany.
I mean, he provides the shooting they need, but it's just another forward.
Yeah, they already loaded it forward. But it's just, again, just adding the best possible player.
Yeah.
And maybe he's part of a trade. Like I said, they could move.
They like their forwards that are capable passers. And he can pass, he can shoot the ball, lights out shooter. I think in a team defensive setting, he's fine. He's more of an off-ball team defender than an on-ball guy. They have some good on-ball defenders, so I think he fits in defensively as well. So I like this pick. Ultimately, they need to address their backcourt position. Maybe that's still Anthony Simons. Alrighty. Would you have picked Connect over Clingan? Yeah. I was higher on Connect, and I think Connect fits well. I don't mind the Clingan pick at 7, though. I'm okay with it. I love the Avdija trade, and I like the way like a guy like Connect would fit with Avdija and Kamara and our backcourt. Anyway. Toronto at 19. Edie's off the board. That was a guy like a month ago. Toronto was seen as a possible destination. They could go in a number of different ways here. I have no idea who they're going to take. And right now you don't really have like a clear-cut best player on the board. So, I mean, I would not be shocked to see like 15 different names here. How do you feel, Eric? You're quiet.
Yeah, I just... Yeah, I agree. They should take Isaiah Collier here.
Even with Quickly?
I don't know.
Oh, I had a De Silva animation. I think that was my last animation. I'm going to play it.
Missy is a good player, too.
Yeah.
If they're not planning on re-signing Gary Trent Jr., maybe Jacoby Walter.
Jacoby Walter feels a little like Gary Trent Jr. to me.
could this be the first, like, kind of, not really reach, but, like, Dottie?
Dottie, I'd like Dottie for them. If Dot, bro,
Or Jerusic, or someone like that.
Dottie, Jalen Tyson, I hope they fall to the second round.
Yeah.
I hope they fall to the second round. I have a feeling one of those two guys is going to fall to the second round. After the end of the first round, we'll talk about players we want at 34. We'll talk about the remaining players on the board. Quit arguing about spoiling picks. Just don't word things in a way that might be taken like a spoiler. It's pretty simple. Anthony Simons to Orlando for Anthony Black and TDS. Who's TDS? Who's TDS on Orlando?
Tristan De Silva.
Oh. I was okay. I don't think De Silva makes sense when you have Avdia and Kamara and maybe Grant. I like De Silva though. Anthony Black. I don't know, Eric. We're getting closer to the point where it's like, do we really need another perimeter defender? Which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
His defense. Okay, Anthony Black at the 2, Kamara at the 3, and Avdia at the 4 with Clingan at the 5 could be like a top 5 defense one day.
Yeah, maybe.
But offensively, I don't know. If you need a star. Like, you got a clear-cut solid role player in Clingan. You got a clear-cut role player in Kamara. Avdia is like better than a role player in my opinion. Is like a really good role player. It's just who's going to be that star. Scoot has to grow into that star. Sharp has to grow into that star. Is what I'm feeling. What I'm thinking right now. Type. Anyway. De Silva is nice at Orlando. Kind of wondering about the minutes for sure, though. Yeah, especially because they have Jet Howard, too. Jet Howard is more of a wing. De Silva is definitely more of a forward. They got a lot of players, though. They got a lot of players that can play. They're just missing that offensive shot-creating guard.
Yeah.
Anyway, earlier you said, like, you want to know what I was hearing about Jeremy, and then I don't know if you ever expanded upon it. Maybe I forgot. Maybe you did.
Oh. It's just that the first time the Blazers are actually listening when teams call versus, I think, unless a team, like, blew them away in the past, like, it would have had to been just an absolute overpay. But I have heard that the Blazers are asking for a lot for him, which is good, right? I think that's what we want.
It's good.
But not to the point where they don't trade him because they're unrealistic, like or like Toronto with OG and Siakam for years. But as long as you are open to a good package for him and it's not unrealistic, I think it's good to hold out until you get a good package back.
Yep, I agree. They have to trade one of Ayton or Robert Williams, though, with Clingan. Like, it makes no sense to keep both those guys and play them ahead of Clingan. It makes no sense to keep Robert Williams if you're not going to play him at all. So it'll be interesting to see which one of those guys gets dealt. I mean, it's very likely going to be Robert Williams. Here we go with Toronto here at 19. Oh, I was a little early for once. Oh. I hate... Okay, the tough part about this is when they show the stage and they start zooming in like Silver's going to walk out, and I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm not going to miss it.
Yeah.
And then
Pick's
they
been in for a while.
cut to a graphic. Yeah, this pick's been in for an hour. Oh, here we go.
2024 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors
Well, you called it. Jacoby Walter goes to Toronto. I'm just not a fan of his game. You're a little higher on him than me. What are your thoughts on Jacoby?
I think, he's a freshman, so he had some growing pains this year. But I think as a shooter, and I think he has a little bit better creation than he was able to show. I don't have a good sense for if he can pass the ball at all or do many other things with it, but definitely could see him as a 20-point per game scorer in the NBA. Just really solid, I think. Defensively is okay. Not great, but I don't think it's like awful either. So yeah, I think this is a good upside pick. Just hoping that he is a little better than he was able to show in his freshman year. And of course, he's got a good size and all that kind of stuff. So you think maybe eventually some of those things can start to pan out. And in terms of playmaking, you do have Scotty Barnes. I believe that's finalized or rumored to be finalized, at least, that they're offering him a max contract. You would expect them to have quickly locked up pretty quickly, pun intended. And then, so I think you have a couple ball handlers there, so you don't necessarily need him to create a ton initially, and he can maybe learn that in the future. But I do think he is a little better creator than he was able to show at Baylor.
Yeah, I just don't buy into the creation. I just don't think he's a good enough ball handler, good enough passer, doesn't make good enough reads, needs to get stronger, doesn't have that much burst. There's just so much to work on to tap into that creation. Defensively, against quicker guards, he struggled, and then isn't going to be super good defending up, so I just don't really like the lack of versatility on that end, so that's why I'm a little bit lower, but he can shoot the ball, and maybe he can tap into that creation. Maybe he can get better in a bunch of areas as a creator. Who knows? We got crushables in here. I'm going to pull a couple of our Blazers Uprise podcast hosts here. I'm going to ask Steven, how do you feel about Avdia plus Clingan? And then Crushables, I'm asking you that same question. How do you feel about today for the Blazers, the Avdia trade, and then drafting Donovan Clingan at 7?
Cavaliers up next. They're going Johnny Furphy, right?
Oh, God, I would hate that for them.
I think the Cavs should try and trade this pick and whatever else they can for Cameron Johnson. I think would be a great fit for them now that Brooklyn is in a fire sale. Rumor is that they're looking to move him. I think he would be a really, really good fit at the 3 for them if they're keeping the rest of their roster trying to make it work. But I don't know if they can pull it off.
We should draft Bronny, then trade Grant and Bronny for Connect. Big brain. I like it. I like it. That's actually funny.
Terrence Shannon Jr. would be interesting here, too.
Terrence Shannon Jr. might be in the second round. Eric, I know he's undersized at the 3, but just value-wise...
Yeah.
There's going to be somebody there at 34 that we just really want value-wise, and it might be somebody that's a shooting guard. Just going to say that right now.
Jalen Tyson?
He's a small forward.
No, I'm saying, for the Cavs here.
Oh, I would love Jalen Tyson for them. I mean, Jalen Tyson is my best player remaining on the board. Actually, no, Terrence Shannon is. Terrence Shannon Jr. at 11 and Jalen Tyson at 12.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with those guys. I mean, there's going to be somebody there for Portland, though, which I'm happy about. And I feel more confident that they might keep the pick, put him on a main roster spot now that they traded 14.
Yeah.
Also, we didn't really give much of a eulogy for Malcolm Brogdon and us parting ways. It was so unceremonious on our part.
But I mean,
We
he
just
played for a
begged
few
for
months
it
and then he
for
got
so long.
he got hurt again, and then yeah.
And then he's gone. Where's your guys' big board posted? Mine's on Fanspo. I can try and get the link here in a second. I'm trying to update this bottom ticker. I mean, Shamshay's probably going to be there. And Eric loves himself some Shamshay, but we got Clingan and Nathan and... Well, but Shamshay's not going to be ready for like 4 years anyway, so...
Oh, he's ready right away.
No.
You will see me celebrating more than I've ever celebrated before if we get Shamshay at 34 or 40.
Just be ready every time he struggles. People are gonna... Yeah, but people will say, but you had him 4th on your board.
Okay.
So you view him as a number 4 pick.
All right, I can take the heat.
It's all the people that I had to deal with last year that turned on Scoot will be the people that give you heat for Shamshay. So. Tor, how does this change your thoughts on the Dame trade? It really doesn't. Like, unless I don't.
We basically traded Drew for Denny though.
Yeah, we traded Drew for Denny,
and Robert Williams, I guess,
who has like no value. And now is like the 3rd string center, I guess. So Drew for Denny isn't as bad as it sounds, though.
No, but
Denny's good.
I mean, just to help Boston win, you'd think he would have had a little more trade value than that.
Yeah.
France 3 picks in the top 6.
Impressive stuff, man. Impressive stuff. All right, wait on Cleveland here.
Crushable says, now that I'm parked, I'm content with this draft. Love getting Denny. His contract is amazing, and hopefully that means we're trading Grant as well. Content with Clingan. Glad he just fell to us rather than trading him.
The Cleveland Cavaliers select Jalen Tyson.
Jalen Tyson, my guy.
Ooh.
My
All
guy,
right, sorry.
Jalen Tyson. It's my time
Why
to shine.
is this a great pick for Cleveland?
They needed a small forward. Jalen Tyson can play a small forward. He has a bag, man, and he makes quick reads, and he's a good passer. He has some weird moments where he'll zero in on a play or have a bad turnover, but he can handle the ball. He basically kind of played a little bit of point forward for Cal last year. He can rebound the ball. Defensively, I think he'll be okay when he's not completely carrying a team. Shot 36% from 3. Last year, shot 40% from 3, so I think he'll be a good shooter. I just think he has upside because he's shifty with his handle, good ball handler, can break down guys off the dribble, can run some pick and roll, can read defensive rotations and make the right play out of them, and just plays hard, has a good attitude. Like, he's a steal. I think this is going to end up being a really good pick for the Cavs. He was 12th on my big board for a reason. Very solid get by them because it's a position of need, and one of the best players on the board. I had him and Terrence Shannon ranked pretty equally, but I like Tyson even more than Terrence Shannon for Cleveland specifically.
Yeah, maybe it's just the hair, but his role and style and the way he'll probably play in the NBA reminds me a lot of Caleb Martin's role on Miami's run to the finals last year, and just kind of a do-it-all player that would seemingly show up in big spots and just make plays and just really heady and consistent and just does a little bit of everything well. So I think that's a really, really good fit. They've been trying to make Isaac Okoro work for a long time at the 3. Who knows what they do with him this offseason, if they'll move on from him being a potentially restricted free agent or if they'll let him walk. And I think Jalen Tyson's just like a little better fit with what they have. But he can also, if they end up trading Garland, you could slide him down to the 2 maybe and still be okay. in your backcourt and do something else. So yeah, I think it's a really good pick for. I actually, if I could have handpicked a spot for Jalen Tyson to go, I think that would be it.
Yep. Shout out to Alex Wolf. $2 donation. Alex Wolf is a Cleveland fan. He said, let's go. Hashtag the land. Congratulations, Alex Wolf. This dude is going to be good for y'all. Happy to see him go somewhere I can root for him along with you. He's a good get, man. He's a good get.
Yep.
Now you got New Orleans on the board at...
Nick says, who gives a crap about Cleveland? We talk about every pick and every team in this stream with Blazer focus sometimes, but we're going to talk about every team that comes up. Like right now, it's the Pelicans.
It's fun to talk about every team. We have streams all summer, twice a week, and videos where we can talk about the Blazers, and we still focusing on the Blazers. But of course, it's the draft. A lot of good storylines, a lot of interesting players, a lot of interesting fits to talk about. Shout out to the Cavs. We got the Pelicans on the clock now. Let me... I've had this selection graphic going for so long now. Whoops, I need to... Yeah.
I think there's two guys I'd be looking at right now if I'm the Pelicans. The first is Isaiah Collier. We've known they've needed a lead point guard for a while. CJ was okay in that role, but it's just really tough for him to be that lead guard over the course of a season now. And so I think that he'd be a good fit there. And then I also think that with Jonas Valanciunas being a free agent, yes, Missy should be.
2024 NBA draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Yves Missi.
There you go.
Yaoundé, Cameroon, and Baylor University.
Yves Missi off the board, going to the New Orleans Pelicans. They get their Valanciunas replacement. That's an athletic front court with him and Zion Williamson.
Jeez.
I've always liked the idea of a stretch five next to Zion, but Missi fills a position of need. Is going to be a good lob target, energy big man, can play some defense. Interesting story. I like this pick. I think this is a good value pick for the Pelicans.
Yeah, absolutely. You maybe even could sign Valanciunas on a shorter term deal now and, just kind of bridge that gap until Missy's ready to be starting level center. But, that just athleticism and potential for days at that front court now. Hopefully Zion can have a relatively healthy year again, not miss playoffs or whatever. But, I really like this pick in this spot for New Orleans. And Phoenix is up next.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it right now. If I'm them, I am sprinting to the podium and taking Isaiah Collier. I just think in there, I know you don't like the fit.
Yeah.
But for me, in their position where they have like no draft capital left, I mean, if they want to trade back and still get like someone like Kolek or something, I think that's fine too. But in terms of how can we improve this team that seems like it's in a kind of a bad spot, I would just take a chance on someone like Collier, who around much better players like Booker, Beal, and Durant would possibly pop off. And there's not a lot of pressure on him to score, so he can kind of learn how to score later and just work on distributing and setting up the offense and stuff. But to have an opportunity to potentially get a star-level player here at 22 for Phoenix, there aren't going to be many opportunities for them to do that moving forward with all their picks being gone. So I would take that chance right here on it.
I just don't think he's going to be ready to help them next year, and next year's kind of do or die. Like, he has some flaw. He has a lot of the same flaws that like plagued Scoot in his rookie year: turnover prone, lack of a jumper, going to be hard to turn the corner. And I like him value wise here. I just think it's like they're kind of all into the next couple of years.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but this pick has been traded
To who?
the Denver Nuggets for 28, 56, and 2 future first.
No, it has to be seconds. There ain't no way.
What, Elizabeth Allen? 28, 56. Yeah, trades. Feel free to say any trades or non-pick, really.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
What?
100%.
2 seconds. Okay. 28, 56, and 2 future seconds. So Phoenix picks up the 28th pick, so they move down 6 spots. You would think if Kolek is their guy, he'd still be there. Also, there's a chance Deron Holmes is still there. He's still on the board. And then
Well, then where did Deron Holmes get his promise then?
the 56th pick. I think a lot of promises are done. Maybe it's Denver. Maybe they traded up to make sure no one got him before that.
That's kind of what I'm expecting.
But to pick up a couple of future seconds with no assets, now they have a couple of assets. That's good, I think. And then they get a pick in the second round where they should have gotten it instead of tampering with Drew Eubanks. But
Yeah, you know what, too? I think Kolek can fall to 28 because Washington was at 26. Like, maybe they would have gone Kolek to go point guard, but they traded for the 14th pick today and got Bub Carrington, right? The Timberwolves were 27th. He could have made sense for the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves traded into the 8th spot and took Rob Dillingham. So it's very possible Kolek can slide if that's their guy, so I like this move if that's who they would have drafted at 22 anyway. I think they can get him at 28 and get another pick at 56 and like maybe Jalen Bridges is there. I could see Jalen Bridges having an impact for Phoenix next season. So,
yeah,
fine with this trade for them.
Who did Denver go up to get?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Keyshawn George would be interesting for them, I think.
I mean, they got Strother. Like,
yeah, true.
Without Strother, I would 100% agree.
Do they like Filipowski?
Watch, it's going to be another 22nd pick from Denver that we hate on and then ends up being a good role player for them. Right? Wasn't Christian Brown 22? Or he was like 21 or 23 or something like that.
I think Filipowski's a good pick for them specifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe they got 56 to take Bronny.
But the Lakers have 55 though, so
they have 20. Yeah.
So they're gonna try and move up from 56 then to get Bronny?
Maybe.
That's gonna be the talk of tomorrow, man.
Yeah, that's true. Cam23 says I think they take Holmes because Bucks are sitting there at 20, the next pick at 23. Yeah. Maybe they were worried they were going to take him.
Thing is, if they really wanted Bronny that bad, then why didn't they trade with Portland for 34 and 40 in a couple future seconds? Maybe Portland didn't offer it. Who knows?
Ern says your insider was wrong. Who are you? Are you talking to me? What are you referring to? I'm happy to admit it was wrong. I'm curious.
Let him elaborate. Who knows? Yeah. He's just baiting you into a response. That doesn't even make sense. Here we go with Denver. Deron Holmes the second. See, we missed it. Cool. Deron Holmes.
I thought he would have been good for Phoenix, but that's awesome for Denver, man.
Yeah, one of your guys. You like him, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I've been following him. I thought he should have came out last year, but went back. just really, it's really weird watching him play because he dribbles the ball up the floor, and he kind of played like a really poor man's Jokic for Dayton this year.
Yeah.
But maybe a little more athletic. I think he can maybe play with Jokic a little bit. You probably don't want to start him next to Jokic, but I think he can play the backup center, obviously, and then play a little bit of time with Jokic. And I think those two could have a really nice time passing the ball to each other.
Yeah, I think with Jokic, defense might be a little rough, but he's very skilled. Kind of provides some consistency if he's the backup center. I think you can kind of use him in some actions that they use Jokic in. Like, he ran a little bit of inverted pick and roll at Dayton. So I like this pick for Denver. I think they were the team that gave him the promise, and I could see him really wanting to go there. And then Denver traded up to make sure they still got him at 28 because a team like Milwaukee could have definitely taken him. A team like New York could have definitely taken him.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty. So up next is our Milwaukee Bucks, Eric.
They should take Chauncey. I mean, Terrence Shannon Jr. would be a good.
Yeah.
Keyshawn George would be good for them. I think Dottie would be good.
I'm not as big of a fan of like Keyshawn George, Dottie type players for them. I just think they should go for somebody a little bit more ready to contribute.
Ryan Dunn could help them defensively. Jalen Wells could help them offensively. But it's probably a little high for him.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, Jalen Bridges could take over that Jay Crowder role since he's a free agent. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways they go.
Agreed. Alrighty. I'm going to try to update this ticker. I've been trying to... Go ahead.
Tyler James asked, do you think at this point we don't trade for Connect?
No.
I think it's not something that's going to happen tonight. I think down the road, if there's a trade grant to the Lakers, obviously we'd probably get Connect back in that deal. I haven't heard anything from the Lakers' perspective if they're looking to possibly move Connect, or if they're ecstatic that he fell to them. I'm sure they were not expecting that.
No, I don't think they were at all. So what does Milwaukee need most, in your opinion? Obviously watched them a lot last year with Dame being on their team.
Point guard and power forward. No, I'm joking. Yeah, you didn't laugh. Jeez, man. Tough crowd.
I'm focusing. Power forward. Long term, maybe.
No, I think obviously there's been some talk about them moving on from Brook Lopez. If that's the case, they need some big man depth, maybe some more athletic bigs, but I don't know if I like anyone that's left in terms of that, for at least right now, other than Chauncey, but he's not really a win-now player for them. So I think you need shooting, and like you could use a player that's like what they were hoping Malik Beasley gave them last year. So maybe you just go for Terrence Shannon Jr. scoring. Maybe you go for a do-it-all player, like your guy Baylor Shireman. Or maybe you just take a guy like Ryan Dunn and just fix your defensive problems and hope that you get enough offense between Giannis, Middleton, and Dame.
Yeah. Yeah, Baylor Shireman just feels like a good fit. Shooter that can do a little bit off the dribble. Keyshawn George is dribbling the gold basketball that they put on the tables. They out here showing the stage, man. I like the Bucks war room with the green curtains. That's kind of cool.
I mean, if they're just going for value, I think it's Collier, but that doesn't make a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. Collier might fall to the second, man. Although New York get one of those picks, I mean, right?
Yeah.
If New York doesn't take him in one of those picks, you got Phoenix's spot too. He'll probably go back end. Trade Dame to Charlotte. What in the world is that comment? Imagine if Collier fell to Portland. You gotta take him even though he's a guard. Yeah, I mean, do you feel that way, Eric?
What was it?
If Collier falls to 34?
Yeah. The second round, you just take the best value or best player. Like it's.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think we worry about that.
Oh, I dropped my phone.
The 2024 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select A.J. Johnson.
A.J. Johnson. Oh, wow.
Interesting.
I don't think this is too early for him. I just didn't think the Bucks would take such a project.
Once again, maybe it's the hair, but isn't he kind of similar to Andre Jackson?
As a player?
Yeah.
I don't think so. He's more of a shot creator for himself. Like, he has passing upside, kind of shifty, athletic. 3-point shot's a little bit of a question, but I view him as a little bit more of like a scorer instead of a defender playmaker.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has really high upside. I think he has really, really high upside, but I just don't really understand it for Milwaukee because I don't think he's going to help you.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's. I mean, a lot of these things could be picks just to have a trade asset later on with some of these win now teams with not a lot of. Maybe they didn't think there was a good fit for a win now player on the board right now.
I just feel like teams don't normally think like that, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's hard when you're a GM to, like, if you really like a player and think he's better than or should have gone earlier. Like, sometimes you just got to take him and hope he shows something in summer league and preseason, and then opportunities he gets to prove that that's the case. Maybe he's further along than he was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by a team liking him enough to take him in the first round.
There's a Knicks and Wizards trade. Knicks are trading 24 to Washington. Isaiah Collier?
They got Bob Carrington.
Collier and Carrington can't
So
play
are the Knicks getting 26 then?
I'm assuming, but maybe they traded a future pick or something. I don't know.
Well, why would the Wizards want 4 firsts?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a little much, you know?
Yeah.
The Wizards are busy today, man. Is Kyle Kuzma a Nick now? Juliet was Kyle Kuzma and 24 for Julius Randle.
When someone sees
Wait,
what
that doesn't make
the
sense because Wizards got 24. Never mind. Go ahead.
when someone sees what the actual trade was, please let us know.
Yep.
Elizabeth Allen, can you please stop arguing with him? Just stop.
They're still
Please.
arguing?
Well, all his messages are being held for review, and I'm just not showing them. It's 24 for 26 and 51. Thank you, chat.
Okay, it makes sense, I guess, for them to consolidate a, second round
Yeah.
pick with 26. Just who are they trading up for is the question, I guess. I'm gonna put up the
Braden
teams.
Pierce, please do not spoil the picks in chat. You can talk about the trades, but please do not tell us who they're going to pick. You just ruined the.
People read the pinned comment. Or he's trolling you.
No, he's not.
Oh, I just saw it too. Yeah, Braden, come on, bro. Well, I get the graphic ready, I guess. I'm gonna put up the Wizards info because then I'll put the Knicks up next. I'm just gonna swap them around, ignore the numbers on the. No, I've been doing it this way. It's fine. It's fine. This pick is going to the Knicks, or going to the Wizards.
Yeah, he just copy and pasted the tweet, but we don't want spoilers in chat.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I know it was a mistake.
Yeah, just try and read the tweet first. Appreciate you posting the trade. Alright. I hate that they spoil picks on Twitter, man. It's so silly. Alright, well, I get caught up on these. We're going to have a clear picture of who could be available at 34 for the Blazers here soon. We'll talk more about the Avdija trade after this, at the end of this first round. Ayton will play 4 with his mid-range shots. Hopefully not. Oh my goodness.
I could see that being their plan, but it's a terrible plan.
I will roast Joe Cronin if that's his plan. Any goodwill he got with the Avdija trade goes out the window if he plans on playing Ayton at the freaking power forward spot.
That's got to be what they're going to say publicly, though, right?
Ain't no way, bro.
I can almost guarantee that's what they're going to say.
If he
when
says
they're
that, I will
questioned.
roast him. He's doing good enough where I'm not roasting him yet. He's almost made it through the first round. I'm not roasting him yet. That's pretty good for Joe Cronin.
What's wrong with Ayton at the 4? He doesn't leave the mid-range free throw line area. Clingan cannot play outside the paint either. So, and Scoot, hopefully this isn't a case moving forward, but he's not the greatest shooter off the dribble or, defenses are going to collapse the paint. So you have 3 players in the game all basically needing to be in the paint to be effective. How is that going to work? That's like the worst spacing ever, and that it'll lead to all of them being terrible.
Yeah,
it's
defensively
an
it doesn't
awful
make sense
idea.
either because Ayton is not better guarding power forwards.
No, we had to play drop with Ayton because he wasn't quick enough to guard the perimeter, and that wasn't good either because he's not really a great rim protector. So defensively, I didn't even mention that, it'd be awful as well. So it makes zero sense.
Yep.
But I do think that's what they're going to try to say, both to keep Ayton from completely losing it mentally.
With the 24th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Keyshawn George from Monte, Switzerland, and the University of...
This pick is going to Washington. The Wizards get Keyshawn George. Eric, your thoughts on Keyshawn George to the Wizards? You were talking about worrying about their shooting earlier. Well, they get a shooter, a 3-and-D small forward.
Yeah, much like I was talking about with Jacoby Walter, I am very intrigued by, with his ball handling ability, if he maybe has a little bit more creation than he was able to show with a couple of established guards on the team, and Wooga Poplar and Nigel Pack. So I really like him. Obviously, you come in to the NCAA and shoot 40% or wherever he ended up, somewhere around there, from 3, and then you show some good athleticism, some good ball handling, some potentially good defense. I just think that's a really good fit after losing Abdia. He maybe slots in as their small forward of the future next to Bilal.
Yep. Yep. I think he might be able to play the 2. I just don't like his quickness there. I think he's more a 3. Like, his shooting is a little bit more special at that small forward position. Teams like small forwards that can shoot. I think him and Bilal can play on the wings together. I kind of like the way they complement each other. Knicks are picking 25 and looking to move 26. Is there anybody you'd trade up to 26 to get that you don't think will be there at 34?
I mean, there's a lot of guys potentially, but one of them's probably going to fall, so I don't know if it's worth, much like I was talking about Clingan. I didn't like putting both picks in play to move up to get Clingan, because I thought 2 swings were better than 1, no matter who it was outside of Sarr. Much like that, I think at 34, I don't think you have to worry too much. I mean, if there's one guy you really have to have here, but I don't think it's worth moving up for him. And if it is, I'm worried it'd be Filipowski.
Filipowski and Clingan. So Knicks are on... I'm just going to leave the Knicks graphic up, I guess, for a while. Because they're up at 25 and 26. Keyshawn George to the Wizards. Knicks at 25.
Yes, Sirski says, Eric, thoughts on Shamshi? I mean, obviously, I love Shamshi. I have him 4th on my board. I think he's going to be the steal of the draft wherever he goes from here on out. But, yeah. By the way, apparently the Knicks are looking to move pick 26 again after trading 24.
Yeah, which makes some sense.
Yeah. Now the Knicks are planning to pick number 25 and 26, the source says, according to Sneggy.
Sneggy got sources, man. I think Collier has to be one of those picks, then. I think Collier just makes sense. They got players at every position. They don't need someone to come in and play right away, but like probably the highest value player left on the board right now, upside play. Makes a ton of sense for them.
Yeah. Fortunately for them, they really need a center. I'm sure that's why, another reason why Denver moved up. I don't think it. I mean, if I was them, I think Shamshay would look really good defensively next to Mikhail and OG, but I understand why they wouldn't do that.
Yeah. I don't think Shamshay is ready to play in the next couple years.
Blazer fan asks why Connect falls so much. I think it's pretty much just because he's old, 23. That's the only thing I can think of that usually happens in drafts. And as Tori's pointed out all off season, that's usually something that ends up being a case where it's like, well, why did this guy fall so much when you look back on it?
Yep, I think Connect's going to be that guy. I mean, even with like Cam Whitmore last year, why did he fall that much? He should not have fallen that much. He ended up being a great pick for the Rockets at 20, and he was a one and done guy. So,
all right, thank you, Tyler James. He is quoted as saying, he explored trades leading up to the draft. Rob Pelinka is the Lakers GM, by the way. Explored trades leading up to the draft, but said that trades are harder to come by in today's NBA.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with the next pick.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Hakom
Dadier!
Dimitri Sursen Prince.
I like it, Eric. I mean, it's a long-term upside pick.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's stashable even. He's young. Shot the three ball decently well, like 36%. Has good athleticism, good measurables. Like, I think if he gets stronger, he's actually big enough to play the 4, but right now projects more as a 2-3. I love this pick for him. I had him like 17 on my big board. He's just projects as like hopefully a 3-and-D guy with some size, but also I think has a little off the dribble upside. Shot some step back threes last year. A work in he's definitely a project, definitely more of a long-term play, but that's exactly what the Knicks were in position for, given all the depth that they have right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking into him a little more, I was a little underwhelmed with his defense. I think it should have been better given his athletic size and ability and stuff. So hopefully that was just maybe an effort issue or something that he can correct. But towards the end of the season, especially, he started to show a little bit of flair to his game, some fancy dribbling, and was getting around people, creating a little bit, passing with a little bit of pizzazz and stuff. And then, I really thought he became more of just – you have to have a little bit of like cockiness to your game and stuff to be really good. And I felt like he started to really just come into his own and show some things there, like just being able to take over games and stuff like that. Whereas in the past, it was a little bit like we were talking about Cody Williams earlier, like he was kind of on the floor and kind of was passive at times, but he really started to just take over games. And I really like that jump, seeing it in this season.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Good value. Pick made sense. The Knicks are on the clock again here at 26. Alrighty.
Rob Pelinka also said, according to Snaggy, that JJ Redick immediately began drawing up pin downs and ATO sets on a whiteboard for Dalton Connect.
You know that JJ loves Dalton Connect, man.
Yeah. Someone at ESPN thinks the Blazers should Clingan and build around Ayton. This pissed me off.
Should Clingan? What does that mean?
Should trade him? Did you just forget a word?
We're still talking about this, bruh? Why are we still talking about this?
Garben, you literally said Lakers will take Connect. That's what you said, okay? Whether you meant as a spoiler or not, you've gone off now for 45 minutes about nothing. It
sounds like a spoiler, bro. So just be careful.
All I said was don't say that or we'll spoil it. So quit saying you didn't factually say it. That is exactly what you frickin' said. I am done with you, dude. Just stop talking about it or you're gone. All right? I don't care anymore.
We should not be doing this still. I mean, come on.
But I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because Garben's cool, but he always gets in this thing where he thinks
you can time him out for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
He needs it, obviously, if he's still talking about it. Oh my goodness, it was 45 minutes ago. What are we doing? Knicks on the clock again here at 26.
All right, you're timeout, bro. Timeout. You couldn't do it, dude. Frickin' A, man. See ya.
Yeah, see, he should have just done that in the first place because he's just obsessing on it, unfortunately. So
that was your own doing, man.
Anyway.
Don't ever come back and say it was our fault or you didn't do anything because you absolutely you were given like 10
Eric,
chances.
Please just move on, bro. Please just move on. Knicks
I know he's gonna gum in the comments and make a bunch of comments.
Just move on. Just move on, please. I'm begging you. I think chat is begging you to. He's gone. Okay, cool. Knicks on the clock. 26.
Thunder traded with them though.
Thunder traded with them. Okay.
Thunder's going to get another point guard here.
I mean, Isaiah Collier and Nikola Topic are trying to do what I did in the mock offseason. It doesn't make sense for them to take another point guard. So who could they be trading for? Is my question. Terrence Shannon Jr. would be dirty there, man. That would be a good one.
I could see them taking Filipowski.
Oh, I could also see them taking Filipowski. That's probably who it's going to be. I'm gonna get that graphic ready. Actually, that's what I'm guessing. Emphasis on guessing.
They're really loaded at guard and small forward and stuff. Like I don't know if
they need a front
really
court player.
Fix.
And the only front court player here that really makes sense is, I mean, maybe they could take a chance on Shamshay if they feel like how you do about him, but
Shamshay and Tofic.
I still don't like the Topic pick for them at 12. I didn't think that made much sense. And here we go.
Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Dylan Jones from Weber State.
Dylan Jones, Weber State guy.
They had to trade up to get Dylan Jones?
What second round pick did they have?
I don't know. I don't remember what picks.
I mean,
what? I mean, they have a ton of picks, I guess.
What's funny is he's like a small forward and Topic is a point guard, but he's smaller than Topic.
Right.
I like Dylan Jones. I ended up sliding him down on my board simply because I don't know how his game translates to the NBA. If he can shoot the three ball well enough, though, like he's super skilled. If he can shoot the three, I think he's fine. I think he's a role player. He shot like 32% last year. He can handle the ball. He rebounds extremely well. He averaged like 5 assists a game last year, 20 points. He's just more of a methodical, like, slasher. He's not somebody that really gets downhill, blows by guys like that. I think there's just translation questions with his game to the next level.
Yeah, just he's the ultimate for me. Like if he was power forward size, I think we're talking about him like a top 10 pick maybe.
Yeah.
But he's not quick enough in my opinion to play guard or small forward, but he's not big enough to play power forward. So it's kind of a weird spot. But in terms of just pure basketball skills, I really think that he can do it all. Forgot who we were talking about earlier is in terms of do it all player, but like he can pass the ball at a pretty high level. He sees the floor well. He can handle the ball a lot. He can create his shot a little bit. He's a really good rebounder. Yeah. They got 5 seconds.
They gave up GP2. Would you look at that? GP2 is worth
the
the first round
GP2
pick.
package.
I will always view 5 seconds as GP2.
Yeah.
And 4 seconds is like 80% of GP2.
Yeah.
JJ Ben says NBA should be ashamed of finding so many of these kids in the green room who might not get drafted in the first round. Remember when it was just like 14 players invited? They could have turned down the invite if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They didn't have to accept the green room invite. I mean, it's basically... Otherwise, they would watch at home anyway. They can still watch at home. So they're just giving these guys the opportunity to go to the green room.
Yeah.
So if they want the green room, then cool.
It's not really a green room. They're just out there on the floor.
Yeah. Minnesota 27 traded for Rob Dillingham, who was the 8th.
How did they not have to give up this pick?
Yeah, kind of crazy. It's funny because we were talking about, like, man, there's a lot of talk about, like, teams trading up in the top 10, but normally it doesn't actually end up that way. And we were talking about this last night, and then I asked you, like, how many trade ups in the top 10 will there be? And we both predicted 1. We did not think it was going to be San Antonio at 8, let alone Rob Dillingham to Minnesota.
Yeah.
But
That's it.
Rob Dillingham with Edwards long term is something, man.
I think that was simultaneously the best move of the draft and the worst move of the draft by 2 different teams.
Well, it was maybe the best pick of the draft. Like, I love Rob in San Antonio, and then they just, I do not understand why they gave him away.
I mean, maybe the Castle thing was true. Maybe they didn't want to mess with
draft
Castle.
someone else. I don't really understand trade for that pick. Like, they could have gotten who went 9 again? Oh, Zachy.
Yeah.
They could have gone
like
Cody
Cody
Williams.
or
Like,
something,
they could have gone Buzelis. Anyway, yes, please do not spoil picks. Wolves going Bronny here, Eric?
Oh, yeah, I guess it's still their pick. I think they have 37 too, or
I think
somewhere
since
around
they
that.
got Rob Dillingham, they probably are going to be interested in Bronny. Like, potentially rumored to be at 37.
Right.
Collier's still on the board, though.
Yeah. I wonder if you could have told them they'd still have Collier on the board on 27 if they would have made that trade. But I think the value was just too good to not do it.
I mean,
they're already all in anyway with Gobert. You might as well give up.
It is an
pick.
unprotected first, though.
Yeah, and protected 1 pick swap.
Yeah, like if they're bad in 2030, that trade's gonna probably look terrible. Like, and basically, if Rob Dillingham's really good, they're probably still going to be good in 2030, 2031. If Rob Dillingham, for some reason, is a bust, then it could contribute to them being bad then. So... Carlos Miranda says Blazers want to keep Grant Matisse, Ayton, Simons, ha ha ha. Is that like a report that you saw, or is that just your own opinion? It says Portland don't try to trade any one of the vets.
No.
I mean, they just traded one.
He's been... that guy's close to getting banned. He just comes in and says, Blazers suck.
I was going to say, they traded a vet today and got a 22-year-old two-way ball-handling wing. Like, that's pretty good. Give them a little bit of time. This is kind of weird, Eric, like... telling people to give the front office time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they killed this draft. Oh, they killed this draft.
Dillingham and Shannon.
Oh, they crushed it. They crushed it.
He's like a poor man's Anthony Edwards.
He really is.
Now they'll have an Anthony Edwards on the floor at all times.
They needed scoring. They had defense. They needed scoring. They get Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr.
Jeez.
Wow. I was kind of hoping Terrence Shannon Jr. would fall to 34. What a good pick for them. What a good pick for them, man.
So Phoenix is up at 28, and Collier's still on the board.
Collier's still on the board. Terrence Shannon Jr. had his whole rape trial. I mean, he is innocent. He was deemed innocent. Everything that came out showed it as BS. I advise you to look into the case yourself. Yeah, I advise you to look into it yourself. Come to your own conclusions on it, but he's not guilty. Didn't get to work out for a lot of teams because he was dealing with that whole trial, which I think is what caused him to slide, because I think teams would have liked him in workouts. I think he's NBA ready, scoring punch, just downhill driver, strong finisher, also crafty with some of his finishing, can knock down shots off the dribble, three-point shot, a little bit of a question mark, but he's a bucket getter and has potential to be a top 5 player from this class. This could look like an absolute steal in 5 years if he can truly develop into the 3-level scorer that I think he can be.
Yeah, he's also a little older, so like we talked about Connect, maybe that contributed to it. But yeah, really took off this year as like an elite scorer. The thing about the accusation though, or the whatever you call it, but he was actually going to not be able to play this year, had to go through an appeals process, ended up winning in the court that until he's actually found guilty or whatever, that they can't actually punish him. So was able to play. I think he missed like 6 games at the beginning of the season or something like that. So just think if he wasn't able to play this year, his career might have been ruined.
Yeah.
So if that whole thing was made up, which it appears to be, thankfully this guy still got an opportunity to be drafted in the first round. And, yeah.
Pick's already in for Phoenix.
With the 28th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Ryan Dunn from the University.
The Suns go with Ryan Dunn.
Wow.
Ryan Dunn from the University of Virginia.
That's who Gabe wanted, I think, so good for him.
Did they actually re-sign? They haven't re-signed Royce O'Neal yet, right?
No, not yet.
There were some rumors that they maybe had an agreement in place, but
He might start right away. So, Ryan Dunn, potential all-defensive caliber, lockdown defender, like can guard 5 positions, offensively plays like a center, is brutal. I like him more with a stretch 5. The Suns don't really have that with Nurk. Although he can cut off Nurk, Nurk can pass, and Nurk shot a decent 3-ball a couple years ago, so maybe that's a fit. But helps him out defensively right away. And I just don't know if he's going to be able to play in the playoffs. He might get played off the court because teams don't have to guard him, because he was a 20% three-point shooter last year and a 53% free throw shooter. 20% from 3, 53% from the free throw line. So his form isn't even that bad. Shooting the ball, he's a brick. He's a brick. If he can ever figure out how to shoot, there's a good chance he's a top 10 player from this class.
I understand they need a defense. That's fine. You'd think they have enough offense with Booker, Durant, and Beal. But I got to be honest, I hate this pick for them.
Really?
I think, yeah. I mean, obviously there's not the right big man here, but I think they needed big man depth, just like they needed the trade deadline last year, and they needed a point guard who could set up the offense and take some pressure, some of the effort and energy of creating shots for others off of Booker as he wore down throughout the season in that role. And I thought there was 2 point guards. Kolek, who's one of the best passers, probably one of the most ready players to come in and help this Suns team right away. And Isaiah Collier, who has a ton of upside and who I watched in person throw some absolute crazy pass dimes to guys who either brick 3-point shots or fumbled the ball wide open underneath the hoop. And I was really impressed with his vision, seeing it up close. And I thought either of those guys could have really helped a huge need for them over getting another defender, especially if they re-sign guys like Okogie and Royce O'Neal.
The thing is Dunn is a better defender day one than both those guys.
He is, agreed.
And he's like a guy, one of the few guys that like you could maybe put him up against Luka and he could lock him down for a stretch. He's that good of a defensive player. I like that. I like this pick more than I would have liked Collier, because Collier I don't think is helping them win any games the next couple of years. I just don't think he's a good enough fit. He's Collier's like long-term upside play to me. Dunn's more somebody that can come in and help them with an issue. They needed a long wing defender that had versatility, just because I don't think like O'Neal and Okogie are all that versatile. Here's the Jazz pick.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Isaiah Collier.
Isaiah Collier to Utah. I like that pick for them, Eric.
They got Cody Williams and Isaiah Collier. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's a good draft for
He
him.
was there too.
Yeah, so Keontae George, Isaiah Collier, Cody Williams, starting point guard, shooting guard, small forward.
Taylor Hendricks.
Taylor Hendricks still there. Hopefully he plays more. Still got Laurie Markkinen. Yeah, that's their team right now. Kessler at the center spot. I like this pick. I don't know if he starts right away. Keontae George more of a combo. I think those guys can fit together. Defense between those two might be a bit rough, but ultimately, great value pick. Makes sense for them. I like it.
Yeah, I love that pick for them.
Eric, you know what's funny?
What?
I guess other teams agree with us on Filipowski. You know?
If that's Portland would have had if Portland would have kept 7 and 14 and Clingan didn't fall, what do we take Connect and Filipowski and
I don't think
neither of those
we
guys
ever
fall.
Taken Filipowski at 14.
I'm just kidding.
It's funny because he was talked about as like the late lottery pick, and we're like, he's not that good. We have people come in here and argue like, no, he is. It's just interesting to see how he has slid down to this spot. I think Boston makes some sense for Filipowski. But it's one pick left in the first round, and then the second round's tomorrow. So Filipowski might be a second round pick. He is a second round pick if he doesn't go here to Boston. So
yeah.
What other options are there right now for Boston?
I think Tyler Smith could make some sense.
Tyler Smith, another guy that we did not like, that has fallen.
But you just look at obviously he's not the defender Al Horford has been, but Al Horford's going to be, 40 or close to 40. I think he's the second oldest player behind LeBron in the NBA. So I think we do need someone with some size, and there's not many options other than Filipowski and Tyler Smith. So, but they're also a team much like Denver that just takes. You can never have too many wings. So, someone like Cam Christie, Furphy, I could see them going a number of different ways.
Furphy, another guy we didn't like that has also fallen, Eric.
Yeah.
It's funny how the guys that Furphy, Filipowski, and Tyler Smith all popped up as like potential options at 14, and we're like, no. Now it's very likely at least one of them is going to be an option at 34.
Oh, Jarusic would be. Oh,
Jarusic is there.
Please do not take in Boston. Because as of right now, Tori, we could talk about this after Boston picks, but
yeah, let's talk about it after.
Yeah.
Unless it pertains to their pick.
Well, it depends on who they pick.
Yeah.
But Blazers, 31, 32, 33, 34. 4 picks away, meaning including Boston. If you list 5 guys, the Blazers are guaranteed to have one of those guys on the board. Yeah. And we have, tonight and before the stream tomorrow to talk about who we pick or which one of those guys we're hoping for. But there are some guys that I have really highly rated that are all, one of them's going to be on the board for the Blazers, and I'm going to be so sad if we don't take one of them.
Yeah, highest players left on my board: Jurisic, Jalen Bridges, Mogbo, Filipowski, Kolek, AJ Mitchell, Tyler Smith, Johnny Furphy are the top 8 left on my board. Then go Sharman, Christie, Chomsky.
Yeah, for me, obviously Shamshay. And then we got Mogbo. Why is this ad blocking my... Yeah, Mogbo and Mogbo, Jurisic, and Shamshay are the 3 I'm really hoping for.
Yep. Or Bronny.
Ronnie.
Who TF is Mogbo? Mogbo's legit. It's Mogbo, right? I think it's Mogbo.
Well, that pronunciation just said the G was silent. It's Mobo, but I've never heard him.
I've never heard anyone
pronounce
say
that
like
way.
Yeah. Mogbo's legit, man. Put some respect on Mogbo's name, guru of basketball. You can't be a guru of basketball if you don't know Mogbo.
He'd actually be a pretty good pick for the Celtics.
Yeah, I think they go big. I feel like Filipowski's the guy here. If we really wanted Filipowski, we probably would have traded from 34 and 40 to 30, though. So that gives me hope. Maybe the Blazers would pass on him.
Well, this pick hasn't been made yet. It's still possible it could be traded.
You realize that Dembona's going to be a Blazer. Well, they got
I don't
Clingan.
know. They got Clingan.
So
right,
Duop Reith is
now
now
we
our
have-
4th string center.
We
After
have Robert Williams and Time Lord, Clingan, and Aiden. I don't know if they're gonna take a center.
You said Robert Williams and Time Lord?
Time Lord, Duop.
Duop, yeah. Duop's our 4th string center now. He might not be on the team next year then.
David Lester says Gabe called Ryan Dunn this year's Tamani Kamara.
I mean, if Dunn shoots the 3-point percentage Kamara did last year as a rookie, that is a miracle. Here we go with Boston.
30th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics select Baylor Shireman.
Baylor Shireman,
Yeah.
you're happy about that because you do not like him. But watch,
Oh,
he's going to be good because it's Boston.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They'd take Furphy or Shireman or Phillips.
Yep.
All right. So in normal years, we keep going right now.
I know. Well, I think the first round would have been over a little faster because it's already been, over 3 hours? No, normally it takes about 3 hours. But now we just go tomorrow.
Okay.
It's still light out, which is kind of weird to be
Yeah.
done with the draft. It's still light out. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow, maybe 12 p.m. Maybe we'll go live an hour before. We're not ending the stream right this second, just letting all you know. We're going to talk about the FDA trade. We're going to talk about the Blazers and their future, I guess. We're gonna toss the Blazers graphics up here as we talk about them as they took Clingan at 7. Clingan, after all the buzz, Eric. After all the buzz around his name potentially going number 1. Eric, we got a number 1 pick at number 7.
And the number 1 pick last year at number 3. And Sharp is going to be the number 1 player in a redraft, right?
Yeah,
Better
something
than
like
Chet.
that. Something like that. What if the Blazers... So, has there been any media with let me go on Twitter. Let me go on Blazers Twitter. I'll play anything.
The only thing I have seen is that Heiken said something about all those people who are worried about the luxury tax look dumb now or something like that.
Heiken is... Nobody was worried about it. See, that's the thing, is they just don't listen well enough to actually understand anything that's different than what they think. We still can't take back any money in a trade. We still can't use any sort of mid-level exception. Not like this free agent class is good, or we would maybe even be a player or anything like that. But you're still right up against the tax in a rebuild.
And how much less would we have had to give up? I don't know the answer to this, but could we have gotten Denny for a little less if we weren't having to
honestly
save money?
I don't think so. But it's like, we've talked about the luxury tax, and it's literally been, there might be a perfect trade out there that works for them, that gets them under the tax, and, like, they're good. But it's not just automatically going to be the easiest thing if that perfect trade is not out there. That perfect trade ended up being out there. Cool. We literally talked about that as a possibility as well, so it's just, I mean, there's just a problem with local Portland Trailblazer media, is they just feel the need to try and put down any and everyone that they disagree with or did not go the same route as them. So don't really respect it. Don't really like that sort of stuff, but that's not surprising. At least he didn't say the idiots who, because another Blazer media member would have used the word idiots in that sort of phrase. Anyway, media rant. Neanderthals, yeah.
Chris Mannix is reporting more moves to come for Portland, says Chris Berquino. Thank you.
More moves to come. I mean, there has to be more moves because you got Avdia, you got Clingan. Like, you're going to at least trade Robert Williams. Now, Matisse Thybulle's place on the team makes 0 sense. We should have never matched him. So Avdia 3 or the 4, Eric? Like, what would you? So how do I set this up? They got Avdia. He can play the 3 or the 4. I'm fine with him at the 4. If you play him at the 3, though, what is your rotation with him and Toumani Camara? Is Sharp coming off the bench then, or who's coming off the bench? Like, what is your rotation if you play Avdia at the 3? If that's what you're planning on doing.
Well, obviously Aiden's the 4 now, so Denny's the 3, right?
Stop.
I would say, I think you just play Toumani and Denny. But obviously, if Grant's still here, you're starting Grant still, so Denny would have to start at the 3. That's why I think you have to trade Grant. But until that happens, it's hard to say who you're starting. But for me, I'd maybe see at the beginning of the year if you get away with Scoot, Ant, Sharp, Abdia, Ayton as your starting lineup. Hopefully it's Clingan instead of Ayton moving forward. But yeah, it's weird. It's convoluted without knowing what we're doing with some of these vets first.
So if you trade Grant, you say start Camara and...
Well, I think more as I thought about it, I think with Clingan as your center and Abdia as the power forward, you have 2 solid defenders. So I think you try to get away with Ant, Scoot, Sharp at the beginning of the season. If it's not going well, then maybe you switch to Kamara starting and bring one of those 3 off the bench just to mix it up a little bit. But yeah.
I almost feel like getting Avdia makes it make more sense to trade Ant if you get the right package back, because it's just a lot of minutes to take up at like a 3, and I want to play Camara, and I want to play Camara with Avdia in some lineups. But I don't like bringing Scoot or Sharp off the bench.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can bring Camara off the bench and start Avdia at the 4 and start the 3 guards. I think that's kind of the easiest way to do it, but that means you have to trade Jeremy Grant. With Jeremy Grant back, that means you're starting Avdia at the 3, and you're playing Camara at probably some backup 3. What's funny is, like, your first-round pick from last year, Chris Murray, is just a complete afterthought in all of this. just a bad pick. I mean, if you have a guy that's an afterthought in year 2, it shouldn't be the guy that's like supposedly NBA ready, but doesn't have much upside. Like, you should have just went for an upside play that didn't have to play right away then. So that was just a mistake. Cronin will talk soon. We can respond to it. We can even see if we can listen to it. Ultimately, if Grant's back, it just how do you find enough minutes? Avdija should be playing like 32 to 35 minutes a game. Also, is the trade official yet with Avdija?
It can't be official till July 6th or whatever
What's
date that is. Because Avdija's contract doesn't change. It's a poison pill right now. It doesn't change till the new league year. So,
gotcha. So he won't be able to talk about it then.
He cannot talk about the trade tonight, no. He can talk about Clingan.
Basically, we just want to know how Clingan fits with Ayton. Ayton is not a 4. You can't play Ayton at the 4. If you play Ayton at the 4, then you have to play Avdija at the 3. It's the same thing as if you have Jeremy Grant at the 4. Basically, you should be playing Avdija over 30 minutes a game. You should be playing Kamara at least 20 to 25. Like, you got to play Kamara enough where he can have a jump offensively, because he showed some really good things offensively late last year, and defensively is really, really good. So you're just going to run into something where it's like you either have to bring one of the guards off the bench and maybe play one of them a little bit too few of minutes, or you're going to have to make multiple other moves. And that's not even factoring in, like, okay, Clingan behind Ayton? Like, you're going to play Ayton 28 minutes a game and Clingan 20? Clingan has never played more than, like, 22 minutes a game during his career. So I think the best play is to trade Ayton and Jeremy Grant. And then you're bad next year, but you have a better young core at the same time, if that makes sense. Yeah. And then maybe you can add, a top pick in the 2025 draft.
Yeah.
And if you can get lucky, then you're really cooking with something. I mean, if you could get Cooper Flagg, Ace Bailey, and pair them at a forward spot with Denny Avdija, and like Clingan can actually pan out to be a game-changing anchor of a defense, then you're looking at a team with the upside to be top 10 on both sides of the floor. Right? Ultimately, that's the hope, is we can build a team that's top 10 on both sides of the floor. They're going to need a star. It's going to have to be one of the guards, most likely, unless they do get lucky in next year's draft. That's kind of how I view this whole rebuild right now. Their star's going to come from the guards or next year's draft pick. They have good role players going forward. Kamara's a good role player. Denny Avdija is a great role player. Donovan Clingan's going to be a good role player. You still need a little bit more, but I mean, you still got Robert Williams on the roster. If they trade Ayton, like, maybe Robert Williams factors in long term and can be healthier. Who knows? Like, I don't count on that, but you got some pieces, which is good. The Avdija trade just makes this roster look a lot better set up for the future in terms of having kind of that do-it-all forward. And in this draft, we were talking about, like, I would have liked Matas at 7. If you're drafting Matas at 7, you would have been praying that he, like, turns into what Denny Avdija is right now. Like, that would have been probably a good case scenario for Matas if he could become, like, a 15-point-per-game guy, 4 assists on the efficiency that Avdija had this year. And Avdija is still 22 and still getting better. And that would have been, I would have considered Matas at 7 just for that possibility. But instead, you get it for 14, a future first in Brogdon. Like, great trade. I just don't know how they figure out the minutes. They're going to have to make other trades, which is kind of exciting.
Apparently, Ayton posted something that he was pretty excited about Clingan. That also leads me to believe they told him he's playing power forward. So,
that's just stupid.
We'll see. I'm predicting that right now, that Cronin will make at least one mention about Ayton possibly sliding down to the 4 during his press conference.
He can't play the 4. Like, I'm fine with the moves, but it's just like, if that's your plan, that's just a stupid plan.
Man. Avdija's the type of guy we should have taken a swing on with Dame though, man.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't ready to like help Dame like he is right now. You know, he got a lot better the past year. But that's the type of guy. Yeah, 100%. That is the type of guy that we should have taken a chance on Dame with. Chat questions. We'll answer your questions as best as we possibly can. We're caught up on donos and everything, correct?
Let me just double check. I don't think we ever read Emerson's.
Can you read us?
Emerson, I think that's Filipino. 50 Philip. I don't know. Best draft / free agency / trade deadline streamer equals BU.
Thank you.
Emerson.
Appreciate it greatly.
Oh, and then Vedran Makaton had an Australian $2.99 donation. What do we get for Dwap? We have to trade him, right? I don't know if we necessarily have to trade him.
I don't think we get anything that good back
Yeah.
for him. But
Yeah. Maybe a second round pick or something, but I don't know. And for the record, as of right now, if you don't include the second round picks, who could maybe be two ways or something, or, you know, there's still trades to come, so who knows what the roster spot situation is. But right now, they're under the tax and have 15 roster spots with keeping Walker, Banton, and Tamani. So they wouldn't technically have to cut anyone right now if nothing changes. But obviously, trades will still factor into that.
Yep.
What is Diaz's market value right now, you guys think? I think it's very little.
I mean, what team is out there looking for a center?
Milwaukee, if they trade for...
I mean,
they're
don't
going to have a tough time aggregating. Well,
Like,
they could trade
what could be his potential landing spot is my question. I don't know. I am not sure.
Suns. Well, Suns won't be able to trade for him. They don't have any.
New York, if they lose Hartenstein, I mean...
I think New York, with all their additions, is going to have a tough time staying.
Randall to a third team? Would they trade Randall
dude.
for Ayton?
Tibbs would kill Ayton, dude.
He would kill Ayton.
I don't.
And Ayton, with the New York media, that is a recipe for disaster. But do the Knicks realize that?
I think the Nets would have maybe been a potential spot, like a Ben Simmons for Ayton type move, but they just re-signed Claxton, so I doubt they'd be interested in that. I think it's more likely we just keep him for now. Bring Clingan in a little slowly. I don't know.
Clingan never played more than like 22 minutes a game in college, so...
I think maybe we also could still trade Robert Williams for basically nothing, just to clear up some more room and another roster spot to sign one of the 2 second-round picks.
Yeah.
Then you probably put the 40th pick on a two-way.
Oh, man. Tori, can I get a preview of your rant when we take Filipowski? If we take Filipowski at 34, I'm not going to rant.
Yeah.
That's like more his value. I hated the idea of taking him at 14. That was just too high. And now 14 might be the best asset that we gave up for Denny Avdia, so that's a win. Let me know when Crony's press conference starts. Oh, you know what's cool?
What?
Cool? Matas Buzelis is from Chicago.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He stays in Chicago.
That is cool. Yeah, so for me, 4 picks. Blazers up in 4 picks. There's 3 players. I desperately want one of them, and that's Mogbo, Jurisic, or Shamshay. I'll be very excited.
After taking Clingan?
I think Shamshay is a different enough center, and I also think Mogbo can play wing in the NBA.
I think Mogbo needs to learn how to shoot, but I don't have faith in that happening.
He has shown some shooting ability in the past, just didn't shoot at all this last year for some reason.
Who's the other guy that I wanted?
Jalen Bridges? I don't know.
I don't really like Jalen Bridges for Portland, though.
Cam Christie?
I don't really like... I mean, Cam Christie would fill that shooter role.
It's weird having a bunch of forwards.
Yeah. Yeah, forwards that can defend and actually do something offensively, too, is nice. Jurisic is probably my favorite choice, but I don't... We need shooting, Eric. Jurisic, like, is the ball in his hands, like, not a good defender. If you're going to draft somebody that's not a good defender, he should be a shooter. I don't really like Jurisic for Portland. I like it for value, I just don't like it for fit. Because you got a lot of guys that need the ball in their hands. You need guys that can make it easier on the guys that need the ball in their hands.
Yeah. I hear you.
Like, I think Christie... I mean, I wish Christie was big enough to play the 3, though. You know who might not be a terrible pick at one of these second-round picks?
Furphy? No.
Actually, honestly, Furphy wouldn't be a terrible pick.
Yeah.
At this point. I was going to say Larson from Arizona.
Yeah.
8'6" standing reach. I think he might be big enough to play the 3. He's a shooter that can also, like, pass a little bit. What's about that?
I watched a lot of Arizona over the last couple of years. I don't know.
I mean, he was 43% from 3. 13 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. Like, 8'6".
He plays like way smaller than he is.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not like a fan of that pick. I just could understand it if they think he can play the 3, and they want like everybody to be able to pass a little bit, because he's the best combination of like shooting and passing left in this draft. I think Tyler Smith feels very possible, but he's a 4. Mm-hmm. So you have to be trading Jeremy. But, like, who would they value Tyler Smith over Chris Murray? If not, then it makes no sense to draft Tyler Smith.
Yeah. Harrison Ingram is way too much of a... Like, he's a winning player, but he doesn't have a ton of upside as, like, a player that a young rebuilding team should take.
Yeah. It's going to be fascinating to see what the Blazers do with the... I think they trade one of these second-round picks for a future second, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And then they
draft maybe
the other
get 2.
What'd you say?
Maybe you can even get 2, because
yeah,
it's a higher end.
You know what? Actually, I kind of like Jalen Bridges.
Yeah.
Because he can shoot, play the 3, and defend. The more I think about it, it's like, if you're not swinging for upside, Jalen Bridges is the best pick at 34. He shot like 42% from 3 last year. I believe he has like an 8'8", 8'9" standing reach, which is above average for a small forward, and he can get down in a stance and slide and defend.
Unlike what Gabe said, that's the Tamani Kamara of this draft.
Yeah. Yeah.
Older too.
Yeah, 41% from 3. He's not going to like do anything shifty, not going to do anything with the ball, but we don't need that. We do not need that in a role player right now after getting Avdia. We need a 3-and-D guy. Let's see. Bridges. Bridges measured 6'6" 3/4" without shoes, so he's basically 6'7". Old NBA, he would be 6'8", 6'9". Okay, I like that. 6'10" wingspan, 8'9" standing reach. Bridges, I think, can play some small ball 4. And I don't know about him guarding like the quickest guards in the NBA, but he provides like maybe 3 positions he can defend. A little bit of versatility. Avdia has some versatility. Kamara has some versatility. Bridges is a shooter too. That is actually at this point 1,000% my pick at 34, Eric. What time is round 2? Starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll go live a bit before that, maybe at like noon.
I'm not going to have work till noon, so I'll be a little behind, but
yeah. Probably a little after.
I'll join as soon as I can.
Yeah. Sup, Tori, Eric, what do you think of the trade and draft? I love the Avdia trade. I think Clingan is fine if you're not planning on playing Ayton at the 4. I'm not like thrilled about Clingan, but I'm okay with it as long as you plan to move off of Ayton.
If they trade Aiden and Grant this summer, I like it a lot more. Avdia trade is fine. I think they gave up a lot, but Avdia is the perfect type of forward that we've needed for a long time on both ends. And I'm not super thrilled with Klingan's that type of center fit with our guards, but overall, I think it's fine, I guess, and as long as we move Ayton, and yeah, I think it's okay.
Yep.
I'm curious if we got offered anything for 7 when he was on the board, and what we offered to move up 1 pick. Wonder if we'll find that out.
I'm curious about that. I just need to collect my thoughts. Like, I'm gonna look forward to talking tomorrow once I have like a night to just sleep on what the Blazers did today. I want to wait to hear what Joe Cronin says about the Clingan pick. He's not going to talk about the Avdia trade because it's not official yet.
Yeah.
What in the world is Blaze the Nugs talking about?
Oh, he said I have to twerk if we take Shamsha.
At 34. I don't want to see you twerk, though.
You don't have to look.
I mean, I don't want you to twerk in front of our audience.
Cronin is live.
Is there anywhere...
Can someone send us the link on Twitter or Discord or something?
I might just play it off my phone. Probably easier.
Did you find it?
If I find it.
Let's see if Orlando Sanchez usually. It's a good guy.
Yeah, shout out to Orlando.
He has a bunch of Donovan Clingan quotes, but nothing. Or
oh, here we go.
Those are the Blazers. This is we'll be right. Oh, here we go.
Can you Discord it to me? Will you or AJ be the first one to Discord it to me? You're first. Congrats. Appreciate AJ helping though.
Draft is over. I don't believe I'm talking tomorrow, so I always like to thank all the hard-working people in our organization that put in all these hours over the course of the year to evaluate these drafts and, you know, do such an incredible job figuring out the next players for us to add. It's a long list of people, but they're worthy of being called out. Andre Patterson, Sergio Oliva, Mike Schmitz, Asia Jones, Sheree Sam, BJ Domingo, Tina Thompson, Swanga Lamani, Nico Matthew, Danny Connors, Jake Fox, Sean Kiley, Zach Williams. So many people contribute to this draft process. You know, it's a lot of work. The ops people, Nick West, Monet Jones, that bring all these players in. You know, this year we brought in north of 50. And it's just a lot of work that compiles into, tonight, one person. Donovan Clingan, who a player we're really, really high on, a player we had ranked very highly, a player that we think is going to be a great addition to this franchise because of many reasons. You know, who he is as a person, the type of player he is, the defensive prowess that he brings, the winning mentality, a lot of good features, and Donovan has an extremely bright future. We have a trade that's been reported. I can't get into that tonight in this press conference. Probably circle back on things in a couple weeks on that one. So let's open it up.
How soon did you zero in on Donovan being someone you coveted, and how confident were you that maybe he could be there at 7? And did you consider moving up?
This is where, like, I just give so much credit to our scouts. Like, they were all over him a year ago. They loved him last year as a freshman. And then, you know, we just studied him closer and closer as, you know, these last two seasons went on. And, you know, when the lottery played out the way it did, we thought there might be a chance. It's just hard. You just don't know how it's going to play out, especially over the course of 6 weeks. But even going into tonight, into the draft, I thought this was one of the drafts where it was really difficult to predict what was going to happen between picks 3 and 6. And I think that played out to where general consensus, or a lot of the mock drafts, probably saw a surprise, at least one surprise, maybe two, and it worked out to where Donovan got to us. So, you know, for us, that was one of the easier selections we're gonna ever make.
Did you try to get up to 3?
We talked. We try to. I think it's something we do well, is we're really diligent and we really work the phones. You know, we were looking at move up, move back, move in, move out scenarios. Had dozens and dozens of them, and you know, you just try to plant as many seeds as possible and keep all your options open, because literally as the draft plays out, you know, your whole perspective can change given what happens at 3 or 4, and you know, eventually you say, okay, we're home or we're not. You know, you got to figure out like what's your threshold, and just working through all these scenarios. Okay, if this happens, what's our pivot? You know, if this breaks wrong for us, what do we have lined up to do there? So we were looking at carry out everything.
Was he number 3 on your board?
He was. I don't like to give the number just because I don't want to put any added pressure on him, but we had him higher than we took him.
Joe, on the broadcast and I guess online, there were reports that Memphis was trying to get up to 6 to get Donovan, and you guys were potentially trying to ward that off with a move of your own. It seemed like the high drama point of the first round, at least. What was that like for you guys in the room, and how tense were those moments for you guys?
it's my favorite part of the job. The draft day in general, but specifically those moments when you have some control, you're able to maneuver a little bit, yet there's a lot of it that's not up to you, and you just kind of have to wait it out and ride that wave. And this one ended up being like that, where, like I said earlier, you have all these contingencies, and once certain things happened and we knew we were likely going to be fine at 7 or getting what we hoped at 7, it was good. But those moments right before that, those are as tense as they come for us in this profession.
Ask about Ayton.
Game winners and, in the off season.
Joe, for the last couple of years, you've talked about wanting to get bigger, longer, stronger, more athletic. You made moves last year where you got probably 2 of the more higher and athletic bigs. Donovan kind of goes back to a more traditional model. How does he kind of fit into what you guys are doing? Was that purely based on talent, and even if he goes away from kind of the archetype you guys have talked about preferring? And then how does he fit with Scoot going forward?
Definitely becoming more physical, more athletic, bigger. Like you said, it's been a continued priority of ours, and I think we did that today and a lot of the things we were talking about. Defensively, Donovan to me is an interesting defender. Of course, he's more of a drop big that's best around the rim. I mean, it's what he does best, is protect the rim. But his IQ and his feel and his ability to navigate and react and play the right angles or adjust his depth depending on who you're playing against and what you're trying to take away. I think Donovan's gonna be a nice versatile defender that in general is just gonna up our defense, something that we've continually tried to do and we're starting to get better at, but we still have a long ways to go there. I think rim protection has been a big hole of ours, and Donovan helped solve that problem. As for Donovan and Scoot, I think anytime you get a defensive anchor that can play behind your talented guards, I think that's a huge part of this. But also someone that can play do a good job on the other side of the ball. He's a great screen setter. He's going to be a good roll guy. He's got great hands. He's got a good feel. He can pass. He can play off the move a little bit. He's got some work to do, like a lot of young big men, but we like where he's headed skill-wise.
Joe, rotation-wise, you still have DA here, and Rob, if he's healthy and theoretically still here, like just you have those guys that are kind of already established guys in the league, and if they're healthy, or guys that are going to play a lot of minutes. And do you see Donovan playing alongside either one of them or starting over either one? Like how do you see all that kind of playing out?
Yeah, I think as we approach this, we're still in such a talent acquisition mode that we're not super concerned about who's playing ahead of who or who's playing next to who. It was more for Donovan. It was obviously get a really talented guy who addresses some huge needs for us, specifically, like we said, the rim protection, the defense, the rebounding, the offensive rebounding. Part of this is we're building a competitive culture. We want these guys to come in and compete and earn whatever minutes and roles they get. And when you're a rebuilding team like we are, and you're trying to take that next step, we need guys that are capable of coming in and winning jobs. And that's what we're looking forward to, is just being more competitive.
Joe, I've read some people believe that Donovan will be able to extend his shooting range a little bit. I was curious about your offensive expectations.
Is that Dwight James?
Yeah.
What?
Donovan, he came here and worked out for us, and it was good to be up close with him and watch him shoot a lot of perimeter shots. And I do think it's something that he's going to be able to do someday. He's pretty comfortable, and he's got a good touch. These shooting in the NBA is complicated and difficult, even for a lot of the guards coming in. Like, he's got a lot of work to do, but I do like his feel in his hands and his accuracy and just his overall skill set. My favorite thing about him offensively, I just think he's an underrated passer. I really liked some of the plays he made for UConn, who ran a really intricate offense with a lot of cuts and a lot of high IQ players, and Donovan was in addition to that style of play, not a negative on that end.
Joe, you mentioned that draft night, and you mentioned that Donovan was really high on your board, so I was just curious what that moment was like in the room when you see Charlotte pick who they pick and you bet on yourself. You don't try to trade up in this draft, try to trade away more assets, and you see that moment pay off, and you know you're going to get your guy. So just what was that moment like in the room?
It's a cool moment. You know, there's all of us who have been working this draft and, you know, just this roster so hard over the year to, you know, have a moment where you're hoping something happens and then it actually does, and, you know, everyone's just happy. You know, we all do the clap that people see on TV, but it's literal, you know, just it's relief, it's joy, it's optimism, it's excitement. So you kind of go through all those arrays of emotions, and then, you know, shortly after it's okay, well, what's next? You know, you got to enjoy it, and then you're trying to, okay, what else are we trying to do here?
I know you talked about talent acquisition and guys competing, but DeAndre was pretty much probably the most celebrated and hyped asset that you guys got last year in the trades involving Dame. You called him a top 5 center. 9 months later, you're drafting a center. Is this in no way an indictment on Ayton's season or what you believe his future is? At some point, someone's got to go, right?
Well, I don't know about go. I think, well, first off, Donovan, you know, he's got
Great
rookie year
question.
can be interesting. You know, he's got a lot to learn still. The NBA is going to be an adjustment. But as far as DeAndre goes, I'm really excited about DeAndre. I mean, obviously, we sought him out last summer, and I thought we saw some really good things from him as the season went on. I mean, DeAndre is incredibly talented, a really good player in this league. So, you know, I always go back to this, but we're not good enough to be content at any one position or even just at the starting position. Like, we've got to build depth. We've got to get real players all throughout this roster, and that's my challenge, and that's what I'm going to continue to do, even though, you know, sometimes, like, for me, it's a success if you're finding other players that are going to challenge some of your best players. Okay, we're doing good because we're continually building our talent base.
Joe, you said that after that moment of celebration wears off, it turns to what's next and what else are you trying to do here? What's next? What else are you trying to do here? What do the next couple of weeks look like as you move past the draft?
Yeah, so, I mean, tomorrow, you know, go through the second round. We have 2 picks there, 34 and 40, which are pretty good picks. So, obviously, we'll get that accomplished and figure that portion of, you know, the next step in the process figured out. Beyond that, get into the off season and still look for ways to get better. I mean, like I said, we've got to continue to build this talent base, and, you know, we're committed to Scoot and Shaden being a massive part of what we're doing, and how do we find ways to, you know, give them the support they need and make them better and maximize their development. So it's continually seeking players that we can add to this roster that we can grow with and build together with.
In that you're committed to this young nucleus, is it likely that some of the older guys might get moved?
I don't know if I'd say likely. I think throughout this whole offseason, I've been open-minded. Again, with the mindset that we need to get better, and I think in some ways we need to get different. So I think my goal is to just, you know, really work the phones and be open-minded and be opportunistic about, you know, finding players that can help us in not just the short term, but the long term. And I think you'll see that theme with, you know, some of our additions, that we are looking at, you know, putting a runway here that where these guys can be really good for hopefully a long time, and just trying to find guys that fit that mold.
Press conference over. Eric, greatest press conference.
It was all right.
Grade.
Still annoys me.
Grade. Give it
C.
a grade. C?
Yeah.
I give it a B+.
Yes.
Okay.
He said they were rebuilding, Tori. He finally said it.
Not only did we get the rebuild word, like 5 seconds later, it's like, oh, Dwight James is back asking questions. Because it had been a while, right? Like, he wasn't on... Was he on post-game press conferences last year?
I didn't hear him once, but...
Yeah, so, cool. I just thought that was funny. So... What I think is... Ayton's back next year. Clingan's backing him up. I think he plans on trying to get anything back for Robert Williams. But ultimately, when he's asked a question about the three of them, he can't just sit there and like, yeah, I'm getting rid of Robert Williams. He can't say that.
Right. Yeah, of course.
So he's going to be, yeah, we want to build a culture of competitiveness, blah, 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 blah. Like, he had a lot of GM speak in this one, but it was like, it was good GM speak. It wasn't BS, like,
right.
Saying we're super uber willing and wanting to go into super duper aggressive mode to build around Dame and then like not doing anything to do so. Like that's bad. When it's asked a question at this point of the offseason, there's still moves to be made. We'll see what he says after these moves have been made.
Yeah, you can't talk about it before.
Yeah, you can't say like, yeah, we're likely to trade our players. He was asked about that. He just said, I'm being open-minded. Good. I mean, that's what they need to be, and that's like all he can really say. So ultimately, I thought it was a good press conference because it was interesting to hear like how he thinks about Clingan, and I think how he views Clingan does make some sense. Like, Clingan is a very smart defensive player, and like I was saying earlier, it's not just necessarily foot speed, being able to defend actions, it's being able to recognize them quick enough to be able to react quicker. Like, I think Clingan, good reaction time, like, reads stuff defensively very well, and I think that can make up for maybe some perceived lack of foot speed. And then the passing with UConn's offense is very intricate, and I do think there's some value in Clingan as a passer. Like, I don't know how good of a passer he's going to be, but he can make a basic pass, which is good. Still skill-wise, like, still working, and Cronin said that as well. Still has some work to do, like, skill-wise. Hopefully he's somebody that can catch it 15 feet away, and if he has space in front of him, can attack the rim off a dribble or two. I don't think he's going to be there as a rookie, but long term you hope that he has that capability to be a short roll big and make the right pass or attack the rim. But skill wise, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get there. And rim protection was a big issue even last year with Ayton. He's not going to sit here and say, yeah, it was bad with Ayton, right? He's not going to single Ayton out, but last year, according to dunksandthrees.com, of course, some of this was when the Blazers were tanking and rebuilding, but Ayton played a decent portion of the season, and these numbers did not get any better. The Blazers gave up the 22nd most, or no, they gave up the 22nd most shots at the rim. And they gave up the worst percentage in the league at the rim, Eric. So it's clearly something that they needed to get better at. Clearly, Ayton didn't really help with that. Some of that is bad transition defense. Like, there's more than just the center position that goes into that. So they needed to protect the rim better, and you got the best rim protector, other than maybe Alex Sarr, in this class. Overall, I thought it was one of the better press conferences that he's had. I think it made sense to me. Even the GM speak made sense. And he said the word rebuild. That's all we can ask for, right?
Yeah. The only thing... Okay, so obviously he's not going to say anything bad about DeAndre Ayton. But when you trade for someone like, Ventress posed that question... and you talk about him the way you've talked about him, and then a year later, you hear all these talks about how the Blazers are desperately trying to move up for his eventual replacement. I'm sorry, but we still love him. He's still a big part of our future. That is bullcrap, and everyone knows it. Yeah. And it's like I said,
for
you
maybe
can't
Ayton.
say... Yeah, he can't say otherwise, but your actions directly show that is complete BS.
100%.
And so, don't...
Like, there's
don't
nothing else he can say to that question at this point.
Right.
Like, if he's being honest, maybe it was, we liked Ayton, and we thought he played pretty good, but we like this guy long-term even more. And he's cheaper.
Yeah. Right.
And our rim protection was terrible last year, even with Ayton. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't gonna say that, so of course he's sitting there. Right? That doesn't surprise me. Like, yeah, we still love him, blah, blah, blah. But 100% agree with you. Their actions showed that they are not married to Ayton long term, and if they are, then they are completely insane. Like, if you're married to Ayton long term as your starting center, then drafting Clingan is freaking insane. You don't just draft a guy. Yeah, we're just trying to get more competitive, so we want to spend a 7th overall pick on a guy that we love to go up against another guy that we love who plays 35 minutes a game. and Robert Williams still here. Like, no, I just don't think that's the thought process, even though that's kind of how it sounded. Ultimately, I think Ayton has 1 year left in Portland, and then he's on an expiring contract, and then it's probably easier to move him. It's probably too hard to move him right now, and it's like, I said this before the draft, if you have a player that you love, that you think is the best player on the board, and you think fits with your young roster long term, not drafting that player because you have DeAndre Ayton would be a mistake. In terms of, that's a logical mistake. It just doesn't make sense logically. We can argue whether we think Donovan Clingan is the right fit with these guards, with this young core, right? That's a different conversation. You do not pass on him if you're that sold on him because of DeAndre Ayton. So I would be more worried if like they were passing on guys that they had at the top of their board when they're up at 7 because they have DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, but I think that's all you have to say is, and it did say it earlier, is just we're not in a position to worry about who is already playing those positions, and it doesn't mean we're moving on from certain people. We're going to take the best player on our board. And then someone should have followed that up with, what if a guard was the best player on the board? But yeah, I don't think you have to go into this gushing thing about how much you love Ayton. Maybe Ayton needs to hear that still, but yeah.
I mean, he's probably going to be back next year. You want to keep Ayton content enough.
Yeah.
Because he's somebody that might need to be coddled, right? So, if that's how he's going to act, just to keep Ayton content enough to stick through another season, maybe until the deadline, then cool. Like, 100% behind that.
I think it's me trying to move him secretly.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you're trying to move him secretly, you want other teams... you kind of want to put up that front that, like, yeah, we can definitely keep him if you're trying to get value for him. So, like I said, like, nothing had an issue with nothing he said in his press conference. Why
couldn't he have said these things last year after he traded Dame?
Because that was, yeah, I mean, there's no way to... This is just more so much more straightforward and less messy. They liked a guy...
Yeah.
For specific reasons. Yep. And they took him.
Yep. He was rated higher than their pick.
Yeah.
Although, so was Chris Murray,
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how it pans out. It's just, they liked the guy and they took him. And you could say, okay, maybe they don't have a player if they're just like, yeah, we like this player. We'll figure out the rest later. But they said they liked him last year. So they take back Ayton. Maybe we're hoping to play him into some trade value, or like maybe he breaks out to the point where it's like, oh, he's a freaking star. That hasn't happened despite him playing well the second half of the year. So now I was like, okay, we like this guy. We're taking him. And the reasons why he said he liked Clingan is what I liked about this press conference. Because I see it. I don't necessarily agree in terms of him being as valuable as this team seems to think he is, but the stuff about UConn ran intricate offense and he made decent reads out of it, that's promising, right? Like, I think he'll be able to be a above average passer as a center, especially for one that's a 7'2" rim protector. The skill stuff, like, yeah, it needs to get better, but, he can already pass. That's a start. So you're hoping that he can continue to develop. Cool. The rim protection, we needed that. Defensively, big upgrade. Trying to get better defensively, 100%. So the stuff about how he thinks defensively is very true. And that's part of what makes him a good defender. It's not just the rim protection. It's mentally he understands the defensive side of the ball. He knows where to be. And that goes a long way as a center. Mm-hmm. So I liked his reasoning as to why they valued him so much.
Sure. Hopefully that plays out.
Seems like pre-injury Nurk on offense. He's just not like as strong as Nurk. His base isn't as strong as Nurk. I don't view Clingan as like a post-up guy. I view him as a play finisher that can hopefully develop some sort of floater or like pass. Best case scenario is he develops some sort of 3-ball. The problem is he's just not a good free throw shooter, so it's hard to even like put any faith in that being a possibility. But his form doesn't look bad from 3, Eric.
It's not terrible, but my thing is he could not score in the post very well unless he was open or he was playing like smaller guys where he could just turn and hook shot over him.
That's fine to me. You're not gonna he's not a post up big man.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like he doesn't have a back to the basket game at all.
After all the Jeremy post ups and DeAndre Ayton face ups, I'm kind of part of me is kind of glad that Clingan doesn't have much of a post up game, so we don't just get that spammed all the time while Scoot sits in the corner watching.
I will say when he does get post ups, he does try to get to the basket. He just isn't very quick. So
yeah, he has areas of improvement, but he's still young. Like he might seem like he's older because he was front and center of college basketball for 2 years. But he is 20 years old. He's 20 years old. He is like, let's see here. He was born February 23rd, 2004. Okay. He is 4 months older than Reed Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
He is only a year older than Alex Sarr.
He's got a lot more experience, yeah.
Yeah. He's literally the same age as Jared McCain. You know, Zach Edey is 2 years older than him. He's the same age as Khalil Ware, a little younger than Filipowski. Like, he's 20 years old. So there's going to be some growth. Offensively, I hope. What can that turn into? I don't know. Can he hedge, trap, recover? I hope so. Because if he can, and if he can develop, you know, just the ability to, like, put the ball on the floor from 15 feet and get to the rim if Scoot gets trapped out of the pick and roll and then just make the right pass, maybe a little flow shot, then he's a really, really, really good big man. And the problem I've had with Ayton is, like, what specifically is his role? You need a couple stars and you need guys that are very, very good in their role. Clingan is probably never going to be a star. I don't expect him to ever be a star, but he can be one of those guys that is very, very, very good in his role and what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And, like, especially with Salon off the board at 6, you know, they would have taken Clingan over Salon, but Salon wasn't even an option at 7. Like, what upside chances were there that you felt confident in panning out? It would have been stuff that's just, like, completely long shot upside with a floor that's very, very low and a good chance that they would never even become really, really good role players. So I'm cool with the pick. Cool with his justification for it.
Yeah, I agreed with that question. I forgot who asked it about. You said you were looking for more of athleticism type forwards and bigs, and now you're going the opposite way. I do feel a little worried about kind of limiting what this team could be by having players that aren't capable of multiple schemes and things like that. So maybe he surprises me a little bit and is able to be smart enough to play a few different schemes, but I don't know if we have the personnel around it with the poor defense from our guards. Obviously, we need one of them to improve vastly on defense.
One of them needs to be average.
Yeah.
You got two really good defenders at the forward spots with Kamara and Avdia.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know if that was the right move with our particular roster, and it'll be interesting to see moving forward if he can kind of combat some of those worries.
Do you think Kamara, Avdia, Clingan can be better defensively long-term than Aminu, Harkless, Nurkic?
Yeah. I do think Nurk pre-injury was a little quicker. But yeah, I think it's similar, especially the scheme those guys ran.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty similar.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think offensively it's better long term.
But I don't think slightly better than those three is good enough in today's NBA with how.
I mean, you need a star in the
athletic
backcourt. You need Sharp or Scoot to become a bona fide star, or you need to get him in next year's draft. Or do you need the Milwaukee swap in 2028 to be really good? But the thing is if Milwaukee sucks by 2028, you haven't found your star by then, I mean, the Blazers should be, like, at least a play-in fringe playoff team, I think, by that point. In 4 years, your core is going to be a 26-year-old, or newly 27-year-old Denny Avdija. It's going to be a 25-year-old Shaedon Sharp. It's going to be a 24-year-old Scoot Henderson and a 24-year-old Donovan Clingan.
Yeah.
You're still on the early side with that core.
Mm-hmm.
And if Scoot or Sharp doesn't turn into a star, like, there's still a chance you could have some picks at the top of the draft. And you have time. That's why it's like, okay, we worried about them potentially, like, valuing being more competitive next year because they want to be a little bit more relevant at the expense of the future. Avdija helps them become more competitive next year, but it's not at the expense of the future because he's part of the future.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was going to be a trade out there.
You did give up some picks.
Yeah, but it's like 14. Like, who are they going to get at 14 that was more likely to be a part of their core long term than Denny Avdija? You know? Like,
I mean, Connect was there.
Yeah, but Connect's the same age.
I know
you know what I mean?
old.
Like, I'd take Avdija over him, right? So, and I would have loved Connect at 14. I'd have loved Connect at 14. But Avdija is much more likely to be a part of the long-term future. You solved the Malcolm Brogdon whole situation, right? Like, yes, you gave up that pick in 2029, but ultimately, you have pieces of your core in place.
I just want to see. I hope, because you mentioned this, the kind of, I mean, this is the problem with what Cronin's doing. Not necessarily a problem, I guess is the wrong word, but when you just say, I'm going to get a bunch of talented players that all play the same positions and just, like, we just need to get as many players as possible right now that can play. That's fine, but I do think at some point, I think it should be this summer for a few of them, you have to start consolidating some of the ones that aren't part of your long-term core. Like you mentioned, a bunch of guys. So, and that's got to start.
Who are the names then?
Well, I think Jeremy's the most obvious one.
Oh yeah, you got to consolidate the veterans. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Jeremy, I almost think if you're keeping Ayton, I think you should just basically give away Robert Williams. Maybe you keep him to see, but like, I guess you could play a little bit of 4, but like, I mean, he's not going to play much if you're playing Clingan. So I would rather just have Ayton and Clingan be our center rotation and free up a roster spot or, some more money under the salary cap so we can maybe not worry about a lopsided trade or something. So yeah, I don't know. But definitely Jeremy at some point. And I think they have a year, but they're going to have to decide on the guards pretty quick.
Yeah.
And it sounds like from Cronin, I believe this was just a misspeak, but when he mentioned building around Scoot and Sharp, he did not mention Anthony.
I know. I noticed that too. Right now, how many firsts could they get back for Jeremy, Anthony, Ayton? I don't know if they can get any firsts back for Ayton, but Anthony, Jeremy, you should be able to get back at least 4 future firsts. And then you're moving forward with a core of Clingan, Avdija, Kamara, Sharp, Scoot. And you have like 5 other teams' future firsts, basically. That's pretty good, right? Like, that sounds good to me. You're gonna need You're gonna need to find your star in the future, but who's to say Avdia can't become a top 30-ish player in the league, 35-ish player in the league? I truly think he has potential to become like a fringe all-star.
Who'd you say?
Avdia. Maybe not in terms of like getting selected to the All-Star game, but in terms of like impact on winning games.
Yeah, I mean, I put him more in that possibly. I don't think he's quite as good as these players, but OG, Mikhail type elite role players versus like all-star level players. But those guys are, if you're really good at that position, Derek White is kind of like this too. Like, if you're really good at that, you are kind of a fringe all-star.
Yeah, I mean, I think Denny Avdia last year showed that he's a better passer than OG's ever been and a better creator. Like, he's a better ball handler. I think he's a better offensive player than OG already at 22. OG just got a max contract. OG's a really, really good defender. Avdia's a really good defender, too.
The thing with OG, to me, it's his health, because I think outside of health, I think he's slightly better offensively. And
he's better at what, though?
Well, I mean, we talked about this earlier. Avdia's got one decent shooting year, so we don't know if that's...
Yeah, but it's part of, like,
I think OG's a more consistent... Yeah. I do think OG... I mean, that's one of the reasons why he wanted out of Toronto for a couple years now, was that he felt like he did have... It's kind of like Stephon Castle. Like, he's been playing a role, but he felt like he could show more of his game if he was in a different spot to do so. But I think, if healthy, I mean, as good of a defender of Diaz, I don't think it's quite as good as OG either.
I think in a vacuum, Avdia is like comparable in terms of impact to... I mean, it was for a tanking team, so maybe I should pump the brakes a little bit, but dude, I like the way he handles the ball. I like the way he moves. I like his craftiness. Off the dribble.
Sure.
Like, he can create. There's something there. Like, he's creative.
Yeah.
And he has size. Yeah. And he can make reads.
I agree. But he has had a lot of the same shooting concerns prior to this season that we've given a lot of these prospects.
Yeah, but if we're talking about, like, optimistic outcome, is that shooting's real, right? Like, if we're talking optimistically, what is like his optimistic
We're
outcome?
hoping.
What is it? His optimistic outcome is the shooting was real, and he continues to get better as a creator. And last year he put up, per 36, and I'm rounding slightly, right? But 18, 9, and 5.
Yeah.
On 60% true shooting. 56% from 2, 37% from 3. If he can build off that, like... He's really good.
Yeah.
I think you could honestly make a case that I'm not going to go that far. I don't know if I want to go that far. You could have a conversation about him being the best player on the roster right now. He's that good. I like him.
Okay.
King Sam, who do you think is better than him? I like him more than Jeremy.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can say he's better than Jeremy off of one.
I think
year.
Okay, if last year is like, he played 75 games, okay?
Yeah.
He plays defense, he rebounds, he passes. Those are 3 things he does noticeably better than Jeremy. Noticeably better than Jeremy. Per 36, he scored like 4.5 less points per 36, but he was just as... Actually, he was a little bit more efficient than Jeremy last year. Jeremy was 57.3 true shooting percentage. Avdia was like 59.7.
Mm-hmm.
So, scoring, it's not like they were that far off. Both were playing for taking teams. And Avdia is much better rebounding, much better passer, and he's a better defender.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he's better than Jeremy. Oh, we were talking about Avdia, not Clingan? I was confused. Yes, we're talking about Avdia.
I'm taking Avdia over Jeremy, like, moving forward. That's no
Right now,
question.
You don't agree with that? Let me do a chat poll.
I still think Anthony's better, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't want to go that far, because I still think Anthony's a little bit better. I just value Denny's contributions in other areas.
Yeah. I do think you need to prove it over more than...
Oh, absolutely, but I think it's like nothing he did last year was stuff that he seemed like it was overachieving or anything to me.
As Stacking says, his contract is extremely valuable. That's another thing. Because he's the type of guy, if he has a McHale-type jump when he went to Brooklyn, and it is for real, I mean, he's the kind of guy that teams covet, and that contract, as this new CBA with aprons and all this stuff limits teams, that's a guy who a lot of teams that can't trade for a Jeremy Grant could easily trade for Avdia, and that's something we could get a haul for, even more so than we just gave up, maybe, if he consistently proves it for a couple of years.
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to ask you something, okay? And I'm going to ask chat something. And it's one of those pick the better stat line things. You already know who like one of the guys is going to be, but per 36 minutes, all right, just to equate for minute differential. Okay, which stat line's better? Stat line A, 17.6 points, 8.6 rebounds, 4.6 assists, 56% from 2, 37% from 3, 4.5 free throws at 74%. Okay, that's stat line A. Or stat line B, 20.3 points, 4.7 rebounds, 3.8 assists, 49% from 2, 37% from 3, 4 free throw attempts a game, 81%. Chat, A or B? Which stat line's better? They're similar stat lines, right?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's tough without. Did you say any sort of efficiency?
Yeah, I said percentages.
Yeah.
Including free throw attempts.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty close. I think probably A.
A is Denny Avdia.
And who did I choose Avdia over?
Do you have a guess?
No.
Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Last year. Statline A was Denny Avdia last year. Statline B was Mikal Bridges last year, per 36. Both playing for tanking crappy teams.
Yeah, but Mikal was game planned for a number one.
Yeah, there is some context, like, Mikal's better, but the fact that you can actually, like, compare those stat lines.
That's also per 36.
Yeah, I mean, one played 30, one played 34 minutes. If he had played an extra 4 minutes, his stats per game would be a little bit better.
Or his efficiency tumbles.
In 4 extra minutes. Like, listen, Mikal is better, clearly, but
Mikhail also had a down year last year compared to the year before.
The year before, his stat line was almost identical.
On the Nets?
No, not on the Nets, but that was 27 game sample. Yeah, on the Nets, 27 games after he got traded there in 2023, he was like 27 points per 36. Right? Like, obviously, that's not comparable. But if you just look at his seasonal stats the last 2 years, like points, rebounds, assists, percentages are like all almost identical for Mikhail. Mikhail's a really good player. Mikhail got 4 unprotected firsts traded for him, and another first traded for him, and a swap traded for him. Avdija got the 14th pick, Malcolm Brogdon, and a 2029 first that's like the second best out of 3 firsts. I think that's pretty good value when you look at it that way. That's really good value, actually. So, love the Avdija trade. He's legit. He's good. I talked about him last year as a guy, like, if the Blazers could somehow trade for him, would be a really good pickup. I don't remember when I said that, but I've talked about Avdija in the past. I just didn't talk about him much because I didn't think he was gettable. Especially, and if I thought the Blazers would trade for him, I thought it was going to be for more than this.
Yeah, I mean, that's someone that we thought would be a good fit. Like you said, it just wasn't gettable, we thought.
Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm thrilled. I'm happy today. I didn't expect to be happy at this point.
I'm so surprised they traded Denny over, like, Kuzma.
Yeah. Blazers killed today. Yeah, I think Blazers did a really good job today. Clingan pick, I think, is okay. You can talk me into liking the Clingan pick. I don't know. I kind of like the Clingan pick if they move off Ayton, actually. I like Avdija. I like what Portland's cooking. Just trade Jeremy, and if you trade Ant, get good value. I feel like, though, if they're trading Ant, like, Washington would have had interest in him for Avdija.
Yeah.
But if they do trade Ant, it's going to be interesting. Like, do the trade packages say that Ant is better? Can we get back more than we give up for Avdija? It's just teams value Avdija's archetype more than Ant's. I think Ant right now is a little bit better than Avdija, but I think teams would value Avdija over Ant. And it's harder to get players of the mold of Avdija. That's why I like this trade so much.
I agree with the trade part of that. I don't agree with the other stuff.
What other stuff?
That Ant's just a tad better than him. Anthony was top 10 in both on-ball and off-ball gravity. He had an insane amount of defensive pressure on him last year and still put up decent stats. I'm interested to see his growth this year. Avdija, I think, will take a lot of pressure off of him. So yeah, I don't know if you put Avdija in the type of pressure that Ant was getting every game last year, if it's even close.
But part of Avdija's value isn't number one offensive guy, though.
No, I know, but I'm saying Ant was a number one guy on a team, not a good team, as they're both on crappy teams. But I'm saying it's hard to compare a guy who was trying to be a number one option, same with Mikhail, versus a guy who teams didn't respect much heading into last season, on offense at least.
I mean, Ant wasn't a number one guy the year before, and his stats were slightly worse. Like, I think Avdija, you can make the case, Ant at the point guard spot, Avdija at a forward spot. Avdija's, like, passing is maybe a little bit better. Ant's passing came out of gravity. If you don't have Ant as the number one option, his percentages probably look a lot better, but how many points per game is he giving you? Probably around 20, but he's probably not averaging 5.5 assists, right? Avdija, I think, is more connective playmaker, where Ant is like, put the ball in his hands, he'll draw defenders and then make a play for someone else. And Avdia's defense is much, much, much better. So that's why I say a little bit better. Ant's a little bit better. You think Ant's how much better then? I don't know.
Like I said, Anthony's a legit, to me, second or third option on a good team, and Avdia's more of an elite role-playing type. So I don't know. It's hard for me to compare them.
Yeah, they're different, but Avdia's good, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's not a knock on Avdia by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Jordan Hawkins and 2 firsts for Ant. The thing is you don't have a 3 that slides down. So if you trade Ant, what are you going to do at the backup guard spot? Is my question. So maybe Jordan Hawkins would have some value because he can shoot, right? And if you're trading Ant, you need to replace him with some sort of shooting. Joska Fisher says if Ant isn't defended like number 1, he'll have 28 points per game. Here's the problem, though. He has to be the number 1 to have 28 points per game. So if he's the number 1, he's going to get defended like the number 1. If he's not the number 1, then he won't be defended like the number 1. But because he's not the number 1, he won't have 28 a game. Ant plus Luka Anthony is an all-star. I mean, we had Ant and Dame. Is it just because Luka's a little bit of a better passer than Dame? The thing is, Luka's still going to put up 30 shots a game and get to the line in the playoffs. I don't think Ant is as skilled as Kyrie, so... Why does the audio sound like grapefruit? That's a good question. Hello, Bruce's wife. Today's Ant could be an all-star next to a superstar. I mean, are you really an all-star if you're dependent upon playing next to Luka in order to be an all-star?
Bronny hasn't been drafted yet. It's tomorrow. And no, there is not a domestic dispute, John. My wife is the best. I would never have a domestic dispute with her.
That's funny. So what's next? Blazers drafted 34. Jalen Bridges should probably be the pick. In my opinion. Eric wants Shamshay. I am okay with Shamshay.
Where's your receipt?
Yeah.
I just, like Cronin said, you get players you don't care about.
But you don't like that mindset, right?
I do when it comes to drafting. I disagree that Clingan was like a guy they should have been that coveted over, but yeah.
I think Johnny Furphy might be an okay pick. I think Johnny Furphy's a 3 that can shoot. He was only 35% last year, though, so is the shooting really that good? I don't know. Trenton Flowers I wouldn't hate as an upside pick. Bobby Clintman's still on the board, Eric. I remember I told you I just feel like Bobby Clintman's going to somehow end up a Blazer. I feel like he's going to be there at 40 and be our pick. Gut feeling.
I really like Mongo too.
I like Mogbo as a player. You're bringing in another center. I don't really like him as a 4 next to Clingan unless he can learn how to shoot, but I think that's a very, very big ask. You got the most going on.
My family's getting antsy because I've not spent any time with them today because I worked and then.
Well, we'll be done here in a second. 34th, 40th picks. We'll talk about Jeremy Grant. Windhorst earlier in the draft reported that Blazers could put Ayton on the trade block. So we could have a trade tomorrow. We could have a trade any day now. So we'll live stream that as soon as we can once that trade happens. So
what did you say? They put who on the trade block?
Did you see the Windhorst thing about how the Blazers? It was an ESPN notification. I don't know if it was could or look for the Blazers to put Ayton on the trade block now that they've drafted Clingan. That could just be speculation because it kind of makes sense too. But ultimately, like, I think there's a chance Ayton gets dealt. I think there's a chance Grant gets dealt. I think there's a better chance even that Robert Williams potentially gets dealt somewhere. And then who freaking knows with Thibault, man? Like, Thibault's just an afterthought now.
Wes Torrey already said he's not going to rage if we take Filipowski in the second round.
Yeah. That's fine in the second round. Like, when I talk about a player like, oh, I don't like him when we're talking about the 14th pick, I don't like him for the 14th pick.
Yeah.
At 34, that's 20 picks later. Like, I told y'all, Filipowski, his game doesn't translate. It seems like organizations feel the same way. And I heard a lot of other draft people, like after we talked about it, say that basically the same exact thing with Filipowski. You don't know if he's going to be a good shooter. Like, his percentages weren't that impressive in college. Shot 67% from the free throw line last year. The way he scored in college doesn't really translate. Defensively, what position does he guard? Those questions are all legitimate. So, can he play the 4 next to Clingan at the 5? I don't know. Chris Murray is easy to forget. Yeah, I don't think Chris Murray, after getting Avdia... Chris Murray was never going to start for us, though.
It's kind of like when we traded for Grant. We would have been pissed if we traded the 7th pick, but trading the 2025 Milwaukee pick was okay.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. There's context that goes into every move that makes it good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, people... I talk about... I don't want Zach Edey at 14, but then I start talking about, there's some things that he can do that would be intriguing on this team if we took him at 14. That doesn't mean I now all of a sudden are begging the Blazers to take him at 14 or I love Edey all of a sudden. There's a lot of context that goes into team building, roster building, all that stuff. So there's always a big gray area. And with Filipowski, you're getting to the range where it's okay. I don't really want to draft another, center, though. And if you're going to draft a 4, I want somebody that can, play either forward position.
But at this point, now we start to talk about two ways, and
yeah,
might not be someone. It could be a long-term play.
Yeah, of course. At 34, you should still be thinking about somebody that has a chance to factor in.
Oh, of course, but
on a main roster contract.
Yeah.
In freaking Matisse Thybulle's place or something. Yeah. I'm just bummed. There's only 3 top 30 players left. And that's Jurisic. That's Jalen Bridges, who I moved up into my first round very, very late in this process, and that's Mogbo. So Jurisic I'm cool with. Bridges I'm happy with. Mogbo is fine. And then Sarr second round was like Filipowski, Kolek, AJ Mitchell. Guards don't make sense. Tyler Smith is He provides the shooting that you need, but Johnny Furphy, Cam Christie. Bona doesn't make sense. I wouldn't have minded Bona at 34 if we didn't take a big. Antonio Reeves doesn't make sense on this team. Trenton Flowers could make sense. Still don't really like him for this team, though. Justin Edwards, maybe. You need a small forward that can shoot. I could see him being a Blazer pick. Jalen Wells. Honestly, Eric, Jalen Wells would make a lot of sense for this team.
Yeah, it would.
I'm lower on him than you are, but it's a small forward that can shoot. Anyway, we'll have second round coverage tomorrow. We'll go live a little bit before, sometime between 12 and 1. The second round starts at 1. The Blazers are going to be on the clock very, very quickly, so you want to make sure you're able to tune in right at 1 o'clock so you don't miss the Blazers' 34th picks. And then they have the 40th picks as well. First time the NBA has done this 2-day drafting. It's nice because I'm not completely exhausted. After tomorrow's draft, we can talk about undrafted free agent signings, if there's any of those. And yeah, thank you for hanging out with us. It's been a wild day. Blazers trade for Denny Avdia. Great pickup, great trade. Best trade of Cronin's career. And then Donovan Clingan is now a Portland Trail Blazer after the Blazers take him number 7 overall. Any final words, Eric?
Oh, I want you to answer this question real quick before we go.
Sure.
Ryan Cochran says, how are you all feeling after sweating ducking the tax for weeks only to have it disappear in one move, Tori?
I mean, Eric, this dude doesn't understand anything. You want me to really respond?
Well, okay.
No. I'll really respond. Okay? People like that come in to our chat never have proper context on their mind. They never understand proper context. And it's just coming in here to try and bait us, try and annoy us, trying to be toxic. It's just BS. Because nobody was sweating ducking the tax. We were talking about how if the Blazers didn't have some perfect trade, which it's possible that they could have a perfect trade. We said that a million freaking times. And we say that so hopefully people that actually listen, that maybe would come in here like Ryan did and give us crap about sweating ducking the tax. We say that just so people understand, yes, there is a possibility that we recognize that there's a good trade out there that also accomplishes ducking the tax. It makes sense. So every time we talk about ducking the tax, it's like there may be a really good trade out there that makes sense for the Blazers team building wise that also saves them a bunch of money where they did conduct the tax as well. We say that every freaking time we have that conversation. But for some reason, people like that ignore it. And other people that have other platforms just to try and be toxic and talk shit, they also ignore that. And just, oh, look how scared they are of the tax. That's never how conversations go around here. We always talk about proper context, always talk through the whole range of possibilities. And it was never impossible to get a perfect trade. It was just very optimistic. I always said, if you're optimistic, there is a trade out there that makes sense. Guess what? This trade, I'm loving it. I'm praising Cronin because I didn't think that they'd have such a good trade on their hands. I love it from a team building perspective, and it accomplishes ducking the tax. It's a great freaking trade. It was never something where we were sweating ducking the tax. We've seen in the past when they traded Norman Powell at the 2022 trade deadline, where they self-admittedly were out-leveraged because they were in the tax. And then this offseason we're hearing, they don't have to duck the tax this offseason. They can wait till the deadline. They have multiple transactional periods. But last time they waited until the deadline, they sold assets, self-admittedly, pennies on the dollar, because they were out-leveraged. That was used as an excuse for the awful return that they got back for Norman Powell and Robert Covington. The only thing we have left from that is a second-round pick and Eric Bledsoe's dead money? Disgusting. So, no. We were never sweating about ducking the freaking tax. This was as good of a possibility as you could get for ducking the tax. If Cronin, after the deadline, was going into this offseason, we'll for sure have a fantastic trade like that available, then that, I think, is kind of ludicrous. Right? You have to plan for all outcomes. Just because the good one happened doesn't mean it made sense to just assume that it would. And that's the conversations we have. So, keep ignoring context, that's fine. Keep sounding dumb in chat, it's fine. Keep listening to people that have you saying silly stuff in our chat, that's fine.
And here's the difference, okay? you have people saying you don't have to worry about that. It's not like we were saying it's, oh my God, I can't sleep at night because of it. But you have to recognize the Blazers had to make a trade to duck the tax. They had to make a trade to save money. And they did that. That's exactly what they did. I don't know what would have happened had they not been in the tax right now. If they would have traded Brogdon at the trade deadline, I'm sure that Washington would have accepted like Matisse Thybulle in the same pick package for Denny Avdia, and we actually could have absorbed him into one of our TPEs, because right now he's on a poison pill and his contract's a lot lower, and it would have worked out. And so we would have just given up picks in the same trade, and we might not even have to give up second-round picks or something like that as well. But we did have to duck the tax, and that was a actual thing that Joe Cronin had to account for, and he accomplished it. Congratulations, he did it. It was interesting to know going into this offseason how he was going to do it, and he did it pretty well. I'm guessing about as well as he could have, given the circumstances of having to do it. And where in the past, like Tori mentioned, that has been a thing where he has admitted to being leveraged against when other teams know he has to accomplish a certain thing like saving money in a trade. So when he did that and keeps pushing it off, we keep saying it is not out of the realm of possibility. It is not impossible. It's not the worst position to be in. It's just not ideal for a team that won 21 games to have to think about that before they accept any sort of trade, is how much money it saves us when we won 21 games. And to say that it didn't matter at all now that we made a trade is just, it's silly. And I don't understand. It still was a factor in this trade from the Blazers' perspective. I don't get it.
It's just how, people that come and chat like that, they're acting like other media members act, which is just dumb, and it's why we have issues with other media members, right? Like, it's people that listen to somebody who will go on the radio and spew wrong CBA information that then is trying to talk trash about us for bringing to light the fact that we're in the tax, as if we shouldn't even talk about it. But now they're celebrating that they ducked the tax. If we shouldn't have even been talking about it, why are we talking about it now? You know? Interesting. Ultimately, part of the conversation has always been, I would love for the Blazers to be in a position this offseason where they have enough space below the tax to be able to use their trade exceptions to absorb salary with maybe an asset attached if the situation arises. Or, better yet, if you cash in these veterans, which I think they should do, for assets at the deadline, it would have made sense to trade Grant if you had a good trade. Maybe it wasn't available. That's perfectly possible. But at the end of the day, when you're rebuilding, you want to be able to accumulate assets, and part of the ways that rebuilding teams accumulate assets is they have the ability to absorb contracts. Just because the Blazers ducked the tax with the Avdia trade today does not mean they're now in a position to be able to absorb assets if the possibility arises. So that was also a part of the conversation, is not only are they in the tax, like, even if they duck the tax, they're not going to be able to absorb salary and get assets if that possibility arises. Maybe it never would have arisen, but you want to put yourself in the best position in case that happens. So there's a lot of context behind that entire conversation that you can't dumb down to, oh, you guys were sweating about the tax. It's just super simplistic thinking that unfortunately is pushed by members of this media upon some people that then like to parrot it in our live chat. So, keep doing that. That's completely fine. We'll be fine over here doing our thing. Stop worrying about us so much if you think we're idiots. That's my message to any other platform out there that obviously cares about what we have to say. Anyway, with that said, Eric, I'm done. I'm good. Chat poll came out, 335 votes. 51% of people say Denny Avdia is the better player than Jeremy Grant right now? 50-50. 50-50. I think it is a pretty 50-50 conversation. Sorry, Tori, no one is paying attention to you. Eric's kid is adorable. Good, I'm ranting anyway. I haven't ranted in a while. It's just silly stuff, man. Can we not? Can we be better? Is that possible? I don't know. Anyway, shout out to David C. Member for 19 months. Thank you for spending your birthday with us. Eric. Yes, happy birthday, Eric.
Thank you.
Still got the balloon. We'll see when this thing deflates. It's like 3.5 weeks old. And we'll be live again tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. We'll see what the Blazers do with the 34th and 40th picks.
Dro, don't say that, man. She looks like my wife.
Eric, she's looking like you, huh? Eric, how would you rate the Blazers draft night in terms of a birthday present for you?
My birthday present is hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, so... Yeah.
Chom Shea would be your birthday present.
I want my...
Just for us to put him on a two-way and then let him walk next offseason.
I don't care. I'm getting a jersey.
Oh, man.
Whether it's a Rip City Remix jersey or a Blazer
You'd probably
jersey.
be getting Rip City Remix season tickets if they had Chom Shea, man. Shout out to PDX.
Well, he's only going to be there for a few games until he's so good that they have to move him back up, like repair.
So he can rot on the bench behind 4 other centers.
When he outplays Clingan and beats him out for the backup center position.
Clip this and play this after Summer League. Remind us of this after our final Summer League game, okay?
Well, Donovan Clingan.
We'll see how they look at Summer League. It'd be nice to compare them, on the same team. What time are y'all going live tomorrow? Sometime between 12 and 12:45.
Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. Appreciate it.
Shout out PDX Papermaker. Do we remember a message? I can't even remember on Pride. He says, "We love you, Eric. Happy birthday. Thanks, Tori. I love you, too." Thank you. I love you, too, PDX Papermaker. With that being said,
love
we're
you,
at
Carson.
Tori, let Eric talk.
What?
No. Eric, you don't get to talk.
Appreciate everyone who joined us today. It was fun streams. Sorry about Tori's internet going down.
It was not my internet. It was my computer.
Or computer.
Hey, I cured my internet. Oh, sorry. I didn't let you keep talking. My bad. My bad.
But hope to see y'all tomorrow. And always fun draft stream. But there was a ton of people in here. Sorry if we missed some of your comments. Chat was moving pretty fast at some points. And we obviously have to keep up with the draft as well. But hope you guys enjoyed it, and hope you have a good night.
Yep. Thank you. Hit the like on the way out. We'll be live again tomorrow. We'll catch you then. Looking forward to breaking down this draft. Free agency is on Sunday. We'll have a stream for that as well. I don't think the Blazers will do anything, but we should have another trade stream at some point, so that should be fun. We'll see if it's tomorrow, maybe. With that being said, we're out of here. That's a wrap for round 1 of the 2024 NBA draft. Avdia and Clingan are Trailblazers. I'm going to go watch their highlights right now just to feel even better about this draft night.
Nice.
And surprisingly, I didn't expect to be happy this time yesterday. So, I kind of expected the worst, and I'm pretty happy with what the Blazers did today, and that's the first time I've said that in quite some time. So anyway, we're out of here. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night. And until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers!